Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I declare day 2 of the Regional Forum for Africa and the Middle East on Conflict Prevention and the Human Rights of Minorities officially open. Excellences, distingués experts et représentants, bonjour tout le monde. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Marhaba. For those who may have just joined us today, I am Fernand de Varenne, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. I will now continue in French for a few moments. So please use the interpretation button, which should be at the bottom of your screen. Je veux maintenant procéder dans la très belle langue de Molière. Avant de commencer avec le troisième panel ce matin, je voulais partager avec vous quelques observations et aussi des rappels par rapport à ce forum régional. Je vous rappelle aussi d'éteindre votre microphone et votre caméra, sauf ceux qui vont prendre la parole sous peu. Il y a trois points très précis qu'il importe de souligner en cette dernière journée. D'abord, ce forum régional se limite aux questions relatives aux minorités. Ce n'est pas un forum des Nations Unies pour toutes les questions des droits humains. D'autres activités ont lieu pour d'autres questions évidemment très importantes, mais celle-ci, cette activité très précise, est l'une des rares qui soit consacrée uniquement aux minorités. Deuxièmement, nous nous concentrons cette année sur la problématique de la prévention des conflits violents. Selon le concept de minorité de mon mandat en droit international, et en fait, avec les données que nous avons depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, qui ont été menées par des centres de renommée, comme le Minorities at Risk Project, plus de la moitié, peut-être même jusqu'à 3/4 des conflits violents au monde sont des conflits ethniques. Il y a bien sûr d'autres domaines des droits humains qui sont très importants et même vitaux. Et il y a toujours d'autres possibilités d'explorer ces questions lors de d'autres rencontres. Mais cette année et ce forum régional, c'est la question de la prévention des conflits qui nous concerne en particulier. Troisièmement, mon mandat se limite aux minorités. Je suis un expert indépendant et je n'ai d'autorité que pour les minorités nationales ou ethniques, religieuses et linguistiques. Je ne représente donc pas les Nations Unies et ce forum régional ne concerne pas toutes les affaires pouvant concerner les Nations Unies. Let me now return to English. Since this regional forum and my mandate as an independent expert only deal with national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, only recommendations dealing with minorities and connected in some way to the prevention of conflicts will be retained. Remember that this is the focus of this forum, regional forum, the prevention of ethnic conflicts in connection with the human rights of minorities. Now, this in no way dismisses the importance of other matters which have been raised by some of you. There are other mechanisms. I want to emphasize this. There are other mechanisms. There are other special rapporteurs at the United Nations. There are also mechanisms at the African Union which can and should be contacted and approached. But strictly speaking, it is beyond my mandate and my authority to deal with those. There are also the regional offices of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights who could also communicate with and raise other matters. There are also very precise allegations in some cases that we've just received from yesterday. There are sometimes very precise allegations of violations of the human rights of minorities. But again, these may not or do not appear to be connected to conflict prevention. But in these cases, I would invite you to communicate with the members of my team in Geneva at an email that I will be putting up in the chat box function in Zoom for you to raise these cases what it would be what we call a communication within these special procedures. When it's very specific, when it clearly deals with a concrete situation of denial of the human rights of minorities, but not connected with conflict prevention, I would suggest that you immediately or you try to reach one of my team members at the email I'll be sharing with you in a few moments. And finally, some recommendations that we received, and I am a bit perplexed at this, but some recommendations that we receive actually deny they involve minorities. To reiterate the point I've made a few times, this mandate and my mandate and this regional forum deal very strictly with minority issues. If a group is not a minority, it cannot claim, for example, or if it raises essentially concerns as a people, but not as a minority, that's the prerogative of the group or the individuals involved. But once again, that means that you are excluding my mandate and my involvement to address those rights. So I repeat, my mandate cannot deal with other groups if they are not minorities. If there are claims only as an indigenous people, but not as a minority, then there is, I should remind you, a special rapporteur for indigenous peoples, and there are other mechanisms as such. As I indicated yesterday, and I want to emphasize the point before turning to the next panel, this is a regional forum for the prevention of violent conflicts and the protection of the human rights of minorities. How do we prevent armed conflicts from erupting inside a country when, as we heard on a number of occasions yesterday, these usually involve minorities who have grievances of injustice, discrimination, dispossession, and exclusion? So how can we disarm these ticking time bombs, as Lady Justice Jamila pointed out yesterday, through ensuring the protection and implementation of the human rights of minorities? So therefore, this regional forum, as a reminder, and the recommendations which seem to involve human rights issues around minorities to avoid future conflicts, how can we formulate these? How can we deal with some of the violent conflicts in order to prevent them and perhaps stop them, or at least reduce them? And also, how can we include in recommendations lessons on what should be done in order to achieve societies that are respectful, inclusive, and reflective of the diversity of the population, of the entire population of a country, without discrimination? And finally, perhaps as a closing reference, can we achieve justice for minorities as a condition for peace and prevent conflicts? And what therefore ought to be put in place, would be put into place by the United Nations, states, and other actors in this area. These are the matters, these are the areas that you are asked to focus on. And these are the recommendations we will be looking for and retaining. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, before I give the floor to the moderator of the next session, let me inform you that those who did not have a chance to speak during the interactive dialogues yesterday will hopefully have a chance to do so today. As a reminder, in case this was not explained yesterday, it is strictly on a first come, first served basis. There is no order of priority or right of reply. International organizations or states do not have a priority. All participants who address the theme of the human rights of minorities and the prevention of conflict have an equal right to ask questions or to make a brief, and I emphasize the word brief, 2-minute intervention. Hopefully we will have time perhaps to accommodate everyone, or perhaps even to give a bit more time for everyone. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased and honored to now introduce the moderator for the next thematic session on obstacles to implementing the rights of minorities and early effective conflict prevention. This will be an opportunity to perhaps reflect a bit more with a theme that came up on a number of occasions yesterday, as well as in key reports and concept for the regional forums under my mandate. There cannot be peace without justice for minorities. I would like now to introduce Mr. Fateh Azam, who is the executive committee member of the Boston Consortium for Arab Region Studies, as well as member of the Palestinian Independent Commission for Human Rights in Ramallah, among many other hats and recognition in areas of direct relevance to this theme. Mr. Azam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor de Varenne, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to this third thematic session. Yesterday, we discussed the root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities and reviewed the normative framework for the human rights, minorities, and conflict prevention. In this session, we will get to the more difficult discussion of what the obstacles are to implementing the human rights of minorities and the necessity of overcoming those obstacles in order to effectively prevent and eliminate conflicts. As we do so, I repeat the urging of the Special Rapporteur for us to focus our discussion on information and analyses that help us all develop specific recommendations for the way forward. Also, please go ahead and propose and send in such recommendations, which will be reviewed by the Special Rapporteur for inclusion in the report to the Human Rights Council. Now, without further ado, let's get into our discussion. Ask our speakers to make their presentations within 10 minutes, starting with Mr. Jeffrey Sabiti, who is the Africa Conflict Prevention and Peace Building Coordinator for the Minority Rights Group International. Mr. Sabiti, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator, for this opportunity. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, the honorable ministers, the special rapporteur on minority issues, distinguished panelists, and the participants. My discussion will focus on the need for effective conflict prevention mechanism, but also the difficulty in establishing mechanisms that are truly effective. I will follow 3 steps. First, I will highlight some of the drivers behind the conflicts affecting minorities in Africa, as these drivers must be addressed for the conflicts to be prevented. Secondly, I will identify a few factors of escalation of violence. These factors also need to be addressed to avoid disputes transforming into violent conflicts and to mitigate the human consequences of these conflicts. Lastly, I will offer few recommendations to address the aforementioned challenges. But let me start by a few words of context. As we know, minorities in Africa live in extreme marginalization. They face discrimination, exclusion from development processes, and the areas where they live are often targeted for natural resource exploitation without fee, prior and informed consent, leading to violation of their land rights, displacement, and poor living condition. Ethnic minorities and indigenous people often live in regions that are affected by extreme weather conditions. For example, prolonged droughts are responsible for perennial conflicts, overgrazing rights, and water access among the pastoralist communities in East Africa. But also, ethnic minorities live in areas prone to persistent conflicts due to tension between ethnic groups. For instance, the Batwa, Borana, Gabra, Bambuti, and other ethnic minorities in DRC, in Eastern DRC Congo. Decades of conflicts have not spared them from being targeted because of their identity. Against this background, therefore, I can mention 2 or 3 factors of conflict that can be identified. Resource competition is a key conflict risk factor. It lies in the supremacy battle between the major ethnic groups, hence affecting the minority communities around them. Competition over natural resources, frequent drought and climate change. But also drought remains one of major conflict driver in the region. While climate change is an issue globally, the impact and the consequences are even more acute in African region, particularly in Karamoja, in Uganda, Isoro, Marsabit in Kenya, and northwestern escarpment of Ethiopia Rift Valley. The other factor can be unresolved and deep-seated ethnic rivalries. One ethnic group strategizing on how to frustrate the life of the other ethnic groups. For example, we have seen this among the Borana and the Gabra in Kenya, among the Basongora and the Bakonzo in southwestern Uganda, that's the Rwenzo region. It must also be mentioned that ethnic hatred is largely escalated by a number of factors. On the one hand, politicians who use bad politics to divide and rule. On the other hand, parents, family, and the other members of societies who maintain and pass down tribal statements and hatred through generation. I think it's important to mention this, that hatred is often overstated to the extent that controversy involving in 2 people of different ethnic pits and entire ethnic groups against the other. For instance, we have seen this among the Turkana and the Pokot in Kenya, where sometimes even the community-based organization from that area cannot implement in the other community, which is a big challenge. Now, a number of factors are not necessarily drivers of conflict, but they play a role in escalation of these conflicts into violent bloodshed and the worsening of situation of tension. I can mention 3 of them. The presence of small arms and light weapons in the hands of the public, best described as arms supermarket, and this is due to availability of all types of arms that finds its way to the red market among minority communities and later to other proximate dominant communities. In Marsabit, Kenya, and Karamoja in Uganda, every group is said to have acquired the arms for self-defense against other ethnic groups. For the incidence of arms in civil hands in Isoro is dated back to mid-1960s during the Shifta War that had its epicenter in Isoro and up to today. A second challenge also is that the sustained human rights violation in a prolonged conflict setting can also serve as a driving factor that deepens divisions and animosity among the parties of conflict. Now, they can turn to the obstacle that stands in the way of effective early warning and early prevention mechanism. The first is the nature and the chain of the conflicts. It is imperative to note that some of the conflicts in the region, especially among the minority communities, are dynamic in nature. Some conflicts just emerge and are only identified at escalation level. These could range from ethnic family conflicts that just emerge from significant incidents, like animals destroying crops, and they are likely, and the other parties retaliate with force immediately. It should also be noted that such incidental acts in most cases spread widely in the minority communities and end up seeking sympathy from the rest of the community members who end up victimizing other parties. The second obstacle can be poor capacity of police and other security organs to protect the minority communities. Police inability to respond comes from the challenges of the terrain and sometimes the command that is mostly slow and is insensitive in planning counterattacks. And sometimes police are found partisan, taking sides depending on which community have more influence in the government and distributes hostilities which erupts into conflicts. I can also mention that the time taken between the warning and the response is another challenge. The time lag between when the warning is made, the time to respond by the authorities is another obstacle. Oftentimes, issues are reported and the leaders either ignore or do not respond, and in some cases, the delay to take actions and a conflict escalates. This is due to lack of capacity among the responding mechanisms, viewing the warning as mere alarmist, among others. Let me give the 4 recommendations. First, it's important to know that we should adopt a holistic approach to peace building that includes the economic empowerment of minorities. The current obstacle requires an all-around approach that will address the economic, social, and the political well-being of the people. These are the same communities that are dominated by poverty, limited access to basic social services like water, education, and health. Such a situation has kept the minority communities illiterate, poor, and marginalized, a reason why most of them are always disgruntled. Secondly, we should institute a regional disarmament, small arms and weapons control, and a conflict resolution process that involve the participation of northern and eastern neighbors, particularly Kenya and Sudan. African Commission Human Rights and People's Rights need to conduct a mission to these countries to deepen dialogue with the government on various human rights issues affecting minority and indigenous people in the country. Lastly, the governments must urgently address ethnic-driven conflicts in the region through effective and genuine mediation that apply other methods that enforce peaceful coexistence and the resolution of conflicts. This should include government prioritization of addressing perennial drivers of these conflicts, land ownership, cultural and linguistic rights challenges, political participation, and eco-shared socio-economic opportunities by the communities prone to conflict.
Thank you very much. I think
I should mention that as I'm ending, that inclusion of women and youth in the peace agenda is very important. Women and youth are central in ethnic conflict prevention and peace building. And if you are to have a meaningful mediation and dialogue, you need to involve women and youth from these minorities and indigenous communities. I beg to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabiti, and for a very informative and very much on point presentation, and for the recommendations as well. I would like now to call upon Professor Kwadwo Appiagyei-Atwa, Associate Professor at the School of Law at the University of Ghana. Professor Kwadwo, you have 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellencies, the Special Rapporteur, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to address this forum on the obstacles relating to minority rights issues and early prevention of conflict. My presentation is just to look at 3 main points that I have noted as my recommendation. And the first point is that the problem with obstacles to preventing the rights of minorities and for their ability to enjoy their rights and therefore provide early effective prevention mechanisms is attributed to a lack of understanding, underdevelopment, and the non-application or misapplication of the concept of minority rights in public discourse. Generally, minority rights is not seen as something that should inform the human rights discourse in a number of African countries. And so it is taken for granted. And I think this is partly related to how the minority issue came into the landscape of African politics, which is as a result of colonialism. In one of my publications, I identified about 8 or so factors that have resulted in minority issues becoming part of the African political landscape. However, at the time of independence, decolonization did not lead to decolonization of all peoples, that is the whole country attaining independence, did not lead to decolonization for minority groups. And most of them remain internally colonized. And this is partly also attributed to the fact that the UN mechanism through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which did not recognize self-determination, and even the 2 international covenants recognized decolonization in the context of a whole people becoming independent, except reference to Article 27 on minority rights, which is seen in an individual context. So the Organization of African Unity, which was the original body set up in 1963 to deal with continental issues, did not give any room for human rights exercise, let alone to talk about minority rights issues, for a number of reasons. One is the fact that the nation state is made up or have been forced to be grouped together by many ethnic groups, and therefore to allow for recognition of human rights generally and minority rights in particular will result in the breakup of that fragile nation state, which therefore called for recognition of the sanctity of borders, which was attained at the time of independence. And so in a number of countries, tribalism was banned, and the one-party system that came into place also solidified the position that there shouldn't be any room for dissent, no room to question issues, and we are all one people. That idea has stuck in the minds of Africans, and even political commentators and writers, as well as politicians themselves, do not therefore recognize the space for minority rights. This was even reflected in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Even though there are references to peoples, initially the idea was that it would refer to countries that were still fighting for independence. Until more recently, in some cases, the Commission has gone to the extent of trying to recognize, even in that respect, mainly internal self-determination, but not external self-determination, which to an extent is positive in order to maintain the borders that will ensure peace within the system. But the bottom line is that the idea of minority rights is underdeveloped. It has not been properly conceptualized within the African framework. So the idea of the equality approach, which I want to bring into the discourse, is that there's a practice of de jure recognition of the equality approach. But in reality, or in fact, there's the application of the non-equality approach, which is indirect discrimination in most African countries. So there is a need to move from the non-equality approach to equality plus approach. The equality plus approach is where minority groups will be given that specialized recognition that they need, so that to be able to realize the Human Rights Project, which calls for equality, sameness, and unity. For minority groups, it's rather about difference and pluralism. So the pluralism will ensure that their special needs, which are based on historical injustices are addressed. So in that context, it is important that there is more discussions and more spaces and fora to discuss what minority rights is, because anytime it is talked about, the argument is that we are all indigenous people. So how can one group dissociate itself and say we are indigenous? And to talk about minority rights is to privilege certain group over others. But rather, the idea is to balance the equation and promote equality in substance, and also to look at the equality plus approach. That is the first point. The second point is about the fact that minority rights provides a framework to analyze, understand, and address many of the complex issues behind conflict in Africa. But in most African countries, there is the adoption and the maintenance of the traditional state-centric security approach, which is firmed up in securitization, whereby states exaggerate existential threats and try to adopt the approach of providing arms and improving the capacity of the military to deal with the so-called threats that is in there. However, for minority groups, it's more about adopting an indigenous needs theory, which is centered on 5 main points: autonomy, identity, security, recognition, and dignity. And this is founded or is in line with the human security approach, which should deal with issues that relate to economic development, social justice, environmental protection, democratization, disarmament, and so on, which is in line with the 5 indigenous needs theory that I mentioned. And this is partly referring to Kofi Annan's definition of human security as well. The third point, which I want to mention, is that when we look at conflicts in Africa, we all understand and we all know that most of them are driven by ethnic-related factors, which are used as a tool by political actors to create tension among ethnic groups. But most often, we try to overlook, or we seem to overlook, the minority rights context, which is an ethnic issue, all right, but it is different from general ethnic-related conflicts where we say one ethnic group has been provoked against another ethnic group. But in this context, it is about a particular ethnic group that wants to maintain a particular identity and to be able to be attached to their lands and to live a particular lifestyle, which is being challenged by the mainstream discourse. And therefore, there are 2 types of discrimination which I want to highlight here. One is targeted discrimination by the state and the response against an oppressed minority group, which is a driver for conflicts, emanation of conflicts in Africa. The other one, which is less attention is paid to, but which can also result in conflict, is the fact that for some minority groups, they are less targeted directly, but they are denied political power, and indirectly they are not discriminated against to a larger extent as we find with those that are directly targeted. So with the latter group, there is the possibility of conflict is very limited in terms of they taking up arms or demanding some form of justice for the fact that they are discriminated against. So less attention is paid to such categories of people. However, that situation remains a time bomb that could explode. And therefore, it is important that attention is paid to such minority groups as well, because it is about how they can attain agency, and that if elites develop out of their society, education, they become more open to the challenges they face. That is when they may also rise up to fight against against forms of oppression and injustices that are meted out to them. And in connection with that, finally, I want to make the point that there is a need to redefine conflict from the perspective of minority groups, which is based on indigenous conflict resolution mechanisms.
You can
These
please
can be derived.
finalize. You can
Thank you very
finalize.
much. I'll round up in 30 seconds. These are mainly embedded in the proverbs, folklore, traditional symbolism, rituals, and others, which have been seen to work to be able to provide solutions, alternative dispute resolutions, as well as in transitional justice context, adopting measures that will ensure that there is peace and reconciliation within the community. So I think these measures should also be explored to help resolve conflicts involving minority groups. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Kwadwo, again for a good, informative, and astute presentation, and the recommendations as well. Our last speaker on the panel is Ms. Amina Amharek. She's a member of the Global Council of the International Land Coalition representing the MENA region. Ms. Amina, please, 10 minutes.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Excellent. Le rapporteur spécial, merci pour cette invitation. Merci aussi. Je remercie aussi l'Institut Tom Lantos pour ce forum. Honorable assistant. Donc, merci, monsieur le rapporteur spécial, pour cet espace de dialogue et de tolérance. Parce que nous avons besoin aussi de dialoguer et de savoir ce qui va et ce qui ne va pas dans notre monde et autour de nous. Donc, on ne peut pas parler aujourd'hui de la prévention des conflits et armés et sur les droits des minorités si on ne fait pas un certain survol. Ça s'impose. Historiquement, les États dans la région ont été construits sur des notions justement qui effaçaient et qui unifiaient, qui tendaient à unifier les choses. Et on a grandi avec des notions de nationalisme. Et ce nationalisme, justement, a toujours tendu à effacer la spécificité des communautés. Bien sûr, quand je parle de communauté, on peut parler de communautés ethniques, religieuses, et il y a aussi des minorités qui font un cumul. Donc, ça aussi, je veux revenir sur le fait qu'il y ait un mandat dédié aux minorités, c'est une chose très importante, parce qu'on peut être un peuple autochtone, s'adresser au rapporteur spécial sur les peuples autochtones, mais au sein de cette communauté autochtone, on aura des minorités aussi. Je donne l'exemple, par exemple, des Mzab, qui sont, oui, certes, peuple autochtone amazigh, mais qui ont une spécificité, c'est une minorité parce qu'ils sont abadites. Et donc, ils sont minorisés par rapport à leur religion. Et ça aussi, c'est très important à savoir. Donc, nous sommes une sorte de mosaïque dans la région, mais cette mosaïque, elle s'efface par le fait d'un héritage historique qui s'impose. La deuxième difficulté est une difficulté de nature terminologique. Quand on parle de minorité, mais parfois les gens sont minorisés aussi. Et donc, ils sont stigmatisés. Et c'est un processus qui mène inéluctablement justement à des conflits. Parce que quand il y a conflit, quand il y a intérêt, on va utiliser ces minorités ou bien ces communautés minorisées comme un tampon et on va les mettre, ils se retrouvent au centre de conflits. Moi, je vais parler en tant que membre du conseil de l'ILC. Donc, l'ILC, c'est la Coalition internationale pour la terre. Et j'aimerais intervenir surtout sur le fait que les conflits sont aussi attachés au problème de la sécurisation des droits à la terre. Parce que le problème, aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans une rencontre humanitaire qui parle d'un volet important qui est relatif aux droits, mais c'est aussi un problème politique. Et donc, ce conflit, dans ce bras de fer politique, c'est un bras de fer autour du pouvoir. Qui est-ce qui a le pouvoir? Et le pouvoir passe justement par le droit à la terre, par le droit au territoire, par le droit aux ressources naturelles. Et dans notre région, nous avons un cas édifiant, celui des Palestiniens. Le problème de la terre est un problème qui est à la base de beaucoup de conflits armés. C'est le cas aussi en Afrique, c'est le cas aussi en Afrique du Nord. Donc, comment on peut prévenir les conflits si on ne reconnaît pas le droit des communautés à leur terre, à leurs ressources? Parce que dans ce processus de non-reconnaissance, il y a un autre processus très présent et qui s'impose, c'est celui de l'appauvrissement des communautés. On appauvrit les gens pour les rendre plus vulnérables, et quand ils sont plus vulnérables, on peut faire de ce qu'on veut. On peut les exclure, ils n'ont pas droit à leur autodétermination, ils n'ont pas le droit à leurs droits les plus élémentaires. Et c'est comme ça qu'ils vont devenir, excusez-moi pour le terme, mais en quelque sorte de la chair à canon. On va les utiliser pour parfois déclencher même des conflits. Aujourd'hui, les conflits ne passent pas obligatoirement par les conflits armés. Oui, on arrive aux conflits armés, mais ces conflits armés ne viennent pas de nulle part. Ils émanent toujours de quelque chose. Il y a toujours des signes coureurs, avant-coureurs qui déclenchent justement, qui montrent qu'il y a un conflit qui est en train de couver. Et pour prévenir ça, il faut déjà déterminer quelles sont les communautés qui vont être stigmatisées et utilisées. Donc, d'où la nécessité aujourd'hui dans cette région qu'on a essayé de standardiser et d'unifier avec des politiques nationalistes de base qui effacent les différences et qui ne reconnaissent pas justement la richesse dans la diversité. Aujourd'hui, nous avons besoin d'abord de situer ces communautés. Parce que ces communautés, elles souffrent aussi, les minorités souffrent aussi d'isolement. Ils sont isolés dans leur coin et c'est pour ça qu'ils sont faciles à stigmatiser et à introduire dans les conflits. Donc, moi, ce qui m'intéresse aujourd'hui, et ce qui va faire partie aussi de mes recommandations, c'est de sécuriser le droit à la terre. Et pour cela, il y a bien sûr beaucoup de mécanismes et d'instruments onusiens. Et le premier, c'est celui de M. Fernand de Varenne, c'est justement de cartographier cette mosaïque. On a besoin de faire voir ces gens, de les montrer, de montrer toutes ces couleurs chatoyantes que représentent les minorités dans toute la région. Cette cartographie va aussi sortir les gens de l'isolement, mais aussi elle va permettre d'intervenir en cas de conflit pour aller les soutenir. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, comme a dit mon prédécesseur, quand il y a un conflit, on apprend l'existence du conflit ou la survenance du conflit que des jours ou parfois des semaines après. Et il est déjà trop tard pour prévenir ou pour agir. Aujourd'hui, il y a les réseaux sociaux, il y a les moyens, et je reviens un petit peu à la thématique du forum de l'année dernière, c'est l'utilisation des réseaux sociaux pour lancer des alertes, pour défendre les défenseurs, créer des annonceurs d'alerte. Donc, avant de terminer, j'aimerais terminer par un poème qui est aussi une sorte de prière pour remercier Monsieur de Varenne. Donc, je vous prie de vous joindre à moi pour cette prière. Nous sommes tous une minorité. Un jour, quelque part, lorsque les gens oublient ce qui les unit, leur humanité. Aujourd'hui, pour durer, le monde doit choisir entre le pouvoir des intérêts et la paix et la pérennité, car l'arbitraire doit cesser. Amen. Merci.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amina, and thank you very much for that lovely ending as well. We are now finished with our presentations, and I'd like to thank all of our speakers for their interesting and thought-provoking presentations. So we can now open the floor to interventions, and I welcome all of you. But I would like to remind you all to focus your commentary on the theme of this session, as the Special Rapporteur noted in the beginning of today. And although the issues we are discussing are difficult and maybe painful and personal for many of you, please maintain mutual respect and be sure that your comments are inclusive and non-abusive, befitting the United Nations core values and principles. Finally, I should add that for the United Nations, any acts of intimidation or reprisal against individuals or groups participating in this forum are unacceptable, and states are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. So, without further ado, the floor is now open, and I would ask you to please limit your interventions to 2 minutes in order to allow as many as possible to have a voice in this forum. So our first request we have on the list is by Mobin Balochistan, Human Rights Commission. Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Abdul Mobin Charkhandas. I am here on behalf of Balochistan Human Rights Group, which campaigns on human rights issues in Western Balochistan, which is today in a territory called Iran. It's a well-known fact that discrimination in Iran is institutionalized through the constitution, officially prescribed oppression and blatant discrimination on the basis of ethnicity and religion against the Baloch, Kurds, Arabs, and others, along with religious intolerance and bigotry against religious minorities such as Baha'is, Jews, and even Sunni Muslims are established facts of life. Women are second-class citizens according to various laws in Iran. As an example, Iranian regime's policy in Balochistan, and for that matter in other ethnic provinces too, is based on racial discrimination, assimilation, linguistic discrimination, religious prejudices, and inequality, brutal oppression, deprivation, and exclusion of the ethnic people who are indeed the majority in their own respective provinces and regions. Illegal execution of Baloch youth without the right of a fair trial, killing young foil couriers on the roads of Balochistan in the result of direct firing of security forces is daily reported. The systematic, historic, and institutionalized inequity and blatant bias have in effect paralyzed the Baloch people in making meaningful public participations in access to employment, education, health, property ownership, housing, natural life. Consequently, the Baloch, Kurds, and Turkmen, who are also Sunni Muslims, along with other religious minorities and all women of Iran, are deprived by law to be elected to high offices such as presidency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker request is from Mr. Ala Sami, Iraqi Prime Minister's Office, I believe.
شكرا جزيلا السيد رئيس الجلسة. كما نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للسيد المقرر الخاص المعني بشؤون الأقليات، ونتقدم أيضا بالشكر للسادة الخبراء، السادة والسيدات الخبراء، على ما قدموه من معلومات قيمة تسلط الضوء على الأسباب الرئيسية التي تستهدف الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد نود الإشارة إلى أن جمهورية العراق تعمل على ضمان حقوق جميع مكونات الشعب العراقي، وتعمل على ضمان جبر الضرر والإنصاف لجميع من انتهكت حقوقهم. وفي هذا الصدد فقد شكل مجلس القضاء الأعلى محاكم مختصة في كل منطقة استثنائية وضع على عاتقها التحقيق في الجرائم ضد الأقليات، إضافة إلى محاكم التحقيق المختصة بمجال مكافحة الإرهاب. كما يعمل العراق بالتعاون مع فريق التحقيق الدولي يونيتاد المنشأ بموجب قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2379 لسنة 2017 من أجل تعزيز المساءلة وجمع الأدلة عن جرائم تنظيم داعش الإرهابي ضد الأقليات الدينية. وتعمل الحكومة العراقية على إعادة التأهيل النفسي للنساء والفتيات اللواتي تعرضن للانتهاكات والاعتداءات على يد عصابات داعش الإرهابية من خلال برامج تنفذها الوزارات المعنية. وتعمل الحكومة على تقديم المساعدات اللازمة للضحايا من النساء والفتيات اللواتي تحررن من قبضة تنظيم عصابات داعش الإرهابية، وحصول الأطفال الذين قيدهم هذا التنظيم الإرهابي على المساعدة اللازمة لتعافيهم جسديا ونفسيا، وإعادة إدماج النساء الأزيديات في المجتمع. كما شرع العراق قانون الناجيات الأزيديات من جرائم داعش الإرهابي، بما فيها الناجيات الأزيديات والمسيحيات والتركمانيات، من أجل تعويضهن وإنصافهن. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in line, please, is Ms. Mikhael from Ma'at for Peace. You have the floor.
شكرا لإعطائي الكلمة. سأتحدث باسم مؤسسة معهد السلام والتنمية وحقوق الإنسان. تعرب المؤسسة بقلق عميق الانتهاكات الأخيرة التي ارتكبتها الحكومة الإثيوبية لاعتبارات عرقية في إقليم بني شنقول، والتي شكلت تهديداً لكافة سكان الإقليم، الأمر الذي يجعلهم عرضة أكثر من أي وقت مضى للتهجير القسري وجرائم قد ترجى لدرجة الإبادة الجماعية والتطبيق العرقي.
Please slow down a bit for the interpreters, please. The interpreters cannot keep up with your speed. Thank you.
Okay, I will slow down. ولدى مؤسسة معهد تقديرات بأن اتفاقاً بين الحكومة الإثيوبية والحكومة الإريترية قد عقد في مايو 2021 أعطت بموجبه أثيوبيا الضوء الأخضر لانتشار كتائب من الجنود الإريتريين في منطقة ميتكل في إقليم بني شنقول، وهو ما نجم عنه ممارسات تطهير عرقي وقتل على أساس الهوية ضد السكان الأصليين في الإقليم. كما تعاني الأقليات في مناطق ودول أخرى للاضطهاد، فعلى سبيل المثال الأزيديين في سنجار شمال العراق مهددون أكثر من قبل بالإبعاد الجماعي عن أراضيهم نتيجة للقصف التركي. وكانت مؤسسة معهد قد تحققت من قيام القوات التركية بقصف منطقة سنجار نحو 7 مرات في الفترة ما بين إبريل 2017 إلى يناير 2021، وهي اعتداءات قد ترقى إلى جرائم الحرب. كما يواجه الأكراد في تركيا وفي شمال شرق سوريا وفي إيران نفس المصير. وفي الأخير توصي مؤسسة معهد بإيلاء أهمية خاصة لعمليات القتل على أساس الهوية لسكان إقليم بني شنقول، والضغط على الحكومة الإثيوبية لمراعاة الإرث الثقافي والتاريخي للسكان الأصليين في المناطق المجاورة لبناء سد النهضة، بما يمنحهم القدرة على ممارسة حياتهم بشكل طبيعي، بالإضافة إلى دعوة الحكومة التركية لوقف كافة العمليات العسكرية على منطقة سنجار شمال العراق، بما يضمن للنازحين الذين فروا من تنظيم داعش العودة إلى منازلهم مرة أخرى. كما تطلب أخيراً مؤسسة معهد بالنظر في إنشاء آليات تحقيق جديدة من شأنها ضمان حماية أكثر فاعلية للأشخاص المنتمين للأقليات العرقية. شكراً.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, and I apologize in advance for mispronunciations of names, but I have Gordian Benjamin Jeremiah Hengau Human Rights Organization, please, 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. My name is Gordian Benjamin Jeremiah. I'm here on behalf of Hengau Human Rights Organization that observes the human rights violations in Iranian Kurdistan. The state of Iran has a long history of oppressing minorities, especially the Kurdish people. Kurds, as the third largest population in Iran, are stripped from their very basic rights. Yesterday, on behalf of Hangov Human Rights Organization, I mentioned the Kulbars issues and the execution of Kurdish civilians by Iran shortly. Today, I would like to mention the Kurdish linguistic and religious issues as well. Iran has banned learning and education in mother tongue for non-Persian speaking minorities inside Iran for so long. This has created many problems for minorities in education and social life. Also, Faili and Yarsani Kurds, as two groups of religious minorities within the Kurdish society, are also stripped off from their rights. Their religious buildings and shrines get destroyed. They're forced into converting Islam, and they face other forms of injustice based on their religious beliefs. As a Kurdish activist, I want to address the issues Kurdish people face in northern Syria. Today, Turkey, alongside jihadists, illegal
هل بالإمكان الصوت لو سمحتم? Can you please put your microphone on mute if you are not speaking? My apologies. Please continue. Hello? Okay, we will continue then. The next speaker I have is Dr. M.B. Musa of the Baha'i International Community. 2 minutes, please.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, oui, je m'appelle Mohamed Ben Moussa, je suis de la communauté Baha'i de Tunisie. Suite à la révolution qui s'est faite en Tunisie, notre cher pays avait énormément progressé. Dans ce sens, on pensait que les droits de l'homme allaient définitivement être octroyés pour tous. Notre communauté Baha'i s'est toujours engagée dans le discours de société en rapport avec la coexistence, la citoyenneté, les droits de l'homme et l'écriture de la Constitution, œuvrant ainsi pour la construction du pays et pour la paix sociale. En 2013, la communauté Baha'i a voulu officialiser sa présence citoyenne dans le respect des droits de l'homme, faisant alors une demande pour la création d'une association intitulée l'Association Baha'i de Tunisie. Cependant, en dépit de la Constitution et des ratifications internationales, un refus nous a été adressé par la présidence du gouvernement. Et le drame, c'est que c'était justifié de fatwa officiels avec l'entête de la République accusant les Baha'i de kuffar, d'apostats, de comploteurs contre l'État et de destructeurs de l'islam, et ainsi mettant leur vie en danger. Les Baha'i voudraient humblement contribuer au progrès de leur pays en tant que citoyens à part entière. Et comme recommandation, on voudrait reconnaître qu'il y ait reconnaissance de notre existence, reconnaître notre association et retirer illico presto ces fatwas discriminatoires, indignes et officiellement émises. Nous revendiquons simplement le droit des Baha'i à vivre dignement et à être enterrés dignement. Une société riche ne peut l'être que dans le respect de la diversité, comme un jardin où il y a une diversité de couleurs et de senteurs. L'État garantissant le droit de cité pour. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sticking exactly to the time as well. May I please repeat for everyone, we had some disruption in this intervention because someone did not have their mute button on. Please mute yourselves if you are not speaking, please. Thank you. Our next intervention will be from Ambassador Dr. Haitham Bousaid. You have the floor, please. 2 minutes.
Yes, can you see me?
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. So we will begin our speech by, 1 second. Okay. So we will begin our speech by referring to Article 27 of the convention that it is not permissible in countries where there are ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities to deprive persons belonging to these minorities from the right to enjoy their own culture or to profess and practice their religion or to use their language in association with other members of their group. According to the United Nations Resolution 47/135 of December 18, 1992, we see that since the beginning of the Arab Spring in the Middle East has been a new state of approach in many different issues, which took a downward turn and adopted a low, convulsive, and hostile discourse towards some minority groups in the region whose ideological approach is not in accordance and is leveled with intellectual and religious pluralism, superior to the rest doctrines and political currents. These group players responded negatively with their multiple religious and intellectual references, portent that there is a deliberately ignorance on the adoption of non-fearful and dangerous hatred speech. We also noticed a complete absence of effective accountability by the relevant official authorities to deter these actions. Consequently, the first and second paragraph of the Article 1, in addition to the first, second paragraph of the Article 8 of the International Bill of Rights, are flagrantly violated. False media also triggered hate by creating tensions that lead to massacre hatred.
Excuse me, your 2 minutes are up, so please wrap up in just 10 seconds.
Okay. Therefore, we reiterate the UN independent expert on minority issues, his 4 general obligations that a state must take in order to respect and guarantee minorities' rights, protecting the existence of the minorities, including by protecting their physical integrity and preventing genocide. Finally, the protection and promotion of cultural and social identity, including the right of individuals to choose which ethnic, linguistic, or religious group they wish to identify with, the rights of such groups to assert and protect their collective identity and to reject forced assimilation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption, but
no problem.
Time is tight. Our next intervention will be from Kujorsky of the Homeland Study Group.
My advice and appeal goes to the rapporteur to turn special attention to countries in West Africa who have been attempted to be unionized. These unions made with special international laws are not regarded and respected at all. The people have become treated as slaves of those days. Today, hundreds of them are in prisons, illegally arrested and tortured. Hundreds of them have been made to lose their lives. And so to come to West Africa and pay special attention to West African countries and people who have been attempted to unionize with other people. Excuse me to mention, particularly Western Togoland, which is attached to Ghana illegally, for a rapporteur to pay attention to them. Please, you are specially invited. I appeal to all maltreated of the world to plead with rapporteur to turn attention to us so that the United Nations can at least pay attention to us. Come today, our population is reduced every day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next in line we have is Ivan Boslu.
Good morning. We would like to congratulate the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues for convening this first ever Africa and Middle East Regional Forum dedicated to conflict prevention and protection of human rights of minorities. I would also like to say that today is a historical day in South Africa as we celebrate the Youth Day, which commemorates the Soweto uprising in 1976 of students against apartheid. South Africa's foreign policy is derived from our constitutional values of promoting of equality, justice, non-racism, non-sexism, and international cooperation. We pertinently used our term at the UN Security Council in 2020 to promote the peaceful settlement of conflicts through preventative diplomacy, inclusive dialogue, and post-conflict reconstruction and development. On the global level, we support the UN Secretary General reform agenda, especially the peace and security pillar, prioritizing preventative diplomacy, mediation, and development of a national-owned peace agreement and their early implementation. Regionally, President Ramaphosa served as the AU chair in 2020, and the theme related to the continental leadership goal of silencing the guns on the continent. Conflict prevention and a resolution is less costly than peacekeeping, both in a monetary terms and loss of lives, destruction in infrastructure, and displacement. South Africa is deeply concerned by the potential adverse effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and conflict situations that are currently the focus of the Council, particularly the potential of delay and reverse vital gains in peace and political process. The most vulnerable segments of society bear the brunt of the pandemic impact. South Africa will continue to support the UNSG to call for a global ceasefire.
Thank you very much.
The UN Secretary General.
Please wrap up in 10 seconds or less.
Just quickly, I will put the full statement to the Special Rapporteur. We would like to recommend that the UN deploy more women mediators, peace envoys, and SRSGs to assist in the conflict resolution and mediation across the continent with appropriate consideration of all constituencies. The role of the youth in relation to peace and security is particularly important to the African continent.
Speakers, please.
Okay, sorry. I put the my statement on the. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and apologies. Next, please, we have ASH Yemen. ASH Yemen, please, who requested the floor. I don't have a specific name.
How are you? I want to thank you first for this conference. I'm Yemeni, I'm a Christian. I can talk about behalf on the Christian Yemenis. We are suffering because nobody recognizes us, even our country or other organization like UNHCR or others. And mass missionary, they use us, and other people, they try to, we want to be a community now in Yemen. There is a lot of believers, like families and many generations. Okay, we face the big problem we face that the Yemeni, our brothers, Yemeni, they consider us as not Yemeni citizen, as like from other nationalities. We come from out and we settle, but we are not real Yemenis as a believer on Christ. So we have those problems. And also I have noticed we don't know how we can reach and how we can deliver our voice to other Yemeni. We are suffering like they suffer, and we have the same issue in the country. We want peace. We want to live in peace and love and build our countries. And also yeah, okay, that's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, please, may I call upon Ralph Uwazurike to take the floor for 2 minutes.
My name is Ralph Uwazurike. I represent the state of Biafra. What I need to say here is that rights exist where there are no conflicts. If there are conflicts, nobody will have the time to enjoy the rights. We are talking on minority rights here. In Nigeria, Biafrans are in majority, but the minority group, being the Fulanis, are using the government that in power to suppress the rights of the majority who are Biafrans. What we are asking the United Nations to do is to look inwards and grant independence to special areas where majority of the people, the rights of the majority of the people are suppressed by the minority group. Just recently, the Meati Allah gave 72 hours ultimatum to one of our governors that if they don't stop their support for open grazing, they would come to the Biafran land and kill our people. If such a situation takes place, there will be conflict. And if there are conflicts, rights will not be enjoyed. So what I'm asking the United Nations to do is to grant independence to the state of Biafra so that we enjoy the rights other nations are enjoying in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My next one in line here, please, is Abedin of Mauritania.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me in this very important summit, which is a great opportunity for us as a human rights defenders to enhance our level in minorities, human rights, international legislation, regulation, and the tools of legal defense. As a member of minority group Harati in Mauritania, I would like to bring to your attention that the Harati community has been marginalized, restricted, and still enslaved nowadays. The government of Mauritania has not taken any serious action in order to end slavery, discrimination, and segregation against the Harati and the Black at all. Regardless to the anti-slavery legislation, they did not penalize any slave owner. Rather than that, they imprisoned the human rights activists, tortured them, and denied the recognition of their organization and political parties. In the light of what I have mentioned, I would like to give several recommendations. One, to end slavery in Mauritania and a full compensation to the Harati. Two, a full recognition of Haratian social, economic, and political rights in the Constitution of Mauritania. Three, having human rights, especially the rights of minority and conflict prevention as a subject of elementary school. Four, investing in minorities and giving them a lot of opportunities for scholarship, internship, and sponsorship. Five, engaging the minorities in the decision-making process in their countries. Best regards, Abedin, Mauritania, from initiative of the Resistance for the Movement Abolitionists in Mauritania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now please call on Michael Benjamin? Michael Benjamin, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Special Rapporteurs. Thank you all for this great regional forum. My name is Michael Benjamin. I'm a senior minority fellow at UNAMI, Iraq.
I'm afraid we can't hear you. Did we lose your connection, please? All right, then we'll have to probably go on to another speaker, and perhaps we can have...
As one of the indigenous people in Iraq, is that...
So...
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, so maybe we can try in a few minutes. May I now please move on to Ilona Bitkolia Kavargis?
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here on behalf of Assyrian Universal Alliance, focusing on the violation of the rights of the national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, specifically Assyrians. Some of those violations are voting suppression, freedom from discrimination, and the right to own property and businesses, right to dignified housing, right to the highest attainable standard of health, and rights to all levels of education. Some of the recommendations we have specifically for the Iraqi government is to end policies resulting in voting suppression targeting the minority, specifically Assyrians. Reinstate laws allowing Iraqi citizens abroad to vote in Iraq's elections, allowing minorities who were forced out of the country due to ethnic cleansing, mostly resulted from the ISIS-Daesh, to be able to advocate for minorities still living in the country. Ensure minorities, specifically Assyrians, enjoy equal access to judiciary and law enforcement when raising property disputes.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'll have to stop you because the 2 minutes are up. There will be many other speakers asking to talk. All
Thank
right?
you.
Thank you very much, and my apologies, please. All right. Next, I'd like to call upon A. Narsi of the Etuti Institute.
Thank you. And sticking with the theme of obstacles to implementation of minority rights, similar to what Amina Amharic mentioned, I see mapping land disputes, land grabs, disputed territory, and multiple people vying for the same land as one of the biggest obstacles. And itself, mapping could be difficult, specifically because it should have been done years ago. For example, Christians or Assyrians were over 1 million, 1.5 million in Iraq, and now under 250,000. So there could be a difference, a constant struggle since the Sykes-Picot Agreement after World War I, especially within Iraq, Iran, Syria, Turkey, and so on. I believe a very in-depth research process on history, archaeology, as well as the promotion of coexistence without one group having more importance or power than the other is a solution or recommendation, but this is the obstacle that I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in line, we have a request from Jack Gendo. Mr. Gendo.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Special Rapporteur, state representatives, organizers, and participants. My name is Jack Gendo. I belong to the Assyrian indigenous minority in the Middle East. It is not a secret anymore that most of these regions are due to the treatment and practices of its minority population that in fact became minority due to those practices. Discussions on minorities have been always a challenge since it is politically loaded and sensitive, especially with states who are sensitive towards any outside criticism over their treatment of the minorities living historically or temporarily within their territories. Hereby, I want to present the below recommendations and advices for decision makers who are ready to make a positive change. Provide a space for minorities in the decision-making process. 2, inclusive communities are providing day-to-day that they have great impact on economic, social, education, tourism, and all the other sectors. 3, minority groups are not temporary visitors. They were born here and they should remain here. Thus, states must accept their existence, recognize their long history of suffering, and work hard to guarantee their complete partnership in decision-making, remaining available for any help you need to achieve the above. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another request we have from S. Salako Ilanomuda. Apologies again for mispronunciation of names.
That's okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Shola Salako. I'm speaking on behalf of Ilano Omoudua, which is a self-determination group for the Yoruba nation, for the Yoruba people in the place we know as Nigeria. I only really have one request, and this is that the United Nations should hold countries accountable when they are signatories to these various treaties around human rights and minority rights. As my colleague from Biafra said, the Yorubas are not a minority in Nigeria, but the state uses state apparatus to deny people their human rights. So my only request is that the United Nations holds countries and governments accountable, including Nigeria, specifically in this case, Nigeria, when they are signatories to all of these various treaties. What's the point of being signatories if they're not held accountable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to see if Mr. Michael Benjamin is able to reconnect with us again, because he had some technical difficulty earlier. Mr. Michael? Hello? Well, okay. We'll try again a bit later, perhaps. Maybe a call now on Ms. Iman Humaid. Iman Humaid, please.
مرحبا جميعا. أرجو أن تسمحوا لي فقط ب5 دقائق، لن أتعداها لأنه كان عندي الكلمة أمس، لكن ظروف فنية ليست بيدي.
No, I'm afraid you can't. You have to be fair to everyone, please, with the equality of 2 minutes each. So please be as brief and to the point as you can. I'm very sorry. Asif.
أولاً أنا اسمي إيمان حميد، رئيسة مركز إنصاف للدفاع عن الحريات والأقليات. مرحباً بكم جميعاً. أود أن أخبركم بشيء هام، وهو استهداف المدافعين عن حقوق الأقليات، حيث يتم التشهير بهم واتهامهم بأنهم يتبعون لأجندة دول خارجية وغير هذا. فلقد حصلت لي تجربة شخصية قبل ما يقارب عام. كان البهائيين في المعتقل، وكنت أقود حملة من خلال التواصل مع السفراء الدول الهامة وصناع القرار في اليمن، وأيضاً المسؤولين المهمين في بلد اليمن. عندها وصلتني الكثير من التهديدات والرسائل، وقاموا بنشر رقم والدتي في مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي كنوع من الضغط والتهديد ومحاولة لردعي في الدفاع عن الأقليات. واستمرت الحملة ضدي حتى بعد خروج البهائيين من المعتقل، ثم بدأت حملة من ناشطين محسوبين على طرف يعادي الحوثيين، واتهموني بأني ومجموعة من الناشطين المدافعين عن الأقليات مع الأمم المتحدة بأننا متواطئون مع الحوثي، واستمروا بهذه الاتهامات إلى أن أصدرنا في مركز إنصاف بيان يرفض هذه التهم. لذا هناك عدة توصيات. وأخيراً أن سياسات العنف والتمييز تتجاوز أحياناً الضحايا المستهدفين، تشمل كل من يسعى إلى الدفاع عنهم أو إظهار معاناتهم، ناشطين كانوا أو ناشطات في المجال الحقوقي. التوصيات: تكريس قيم حقوق الإنسان وتبيئة مفاهيم حقوق الإنسان في المناهج التعليمية وفي وسائل الإعلام، وتوفير بيئة تشريعية تحد من خطاب الكراهية والتحريض. ممارسة الضغط الدولي على جميع السلطات فيما يتعلق بحماية الأقليات وحقوقهم، ولنا تجربة في حملة الضغط التي لعبت دورا كبيرا في قرار الحوثيين عندما أخرجوا 6 البهائيين من معتقلاتهم.
إيمان، بإمكانك إرسال هذه الرسالة إلى المقرر الخاص والتي تتضمن كل هذه التوصيات.
تمام.
ألف شكر لك وآسف للمقاطعة. Again, I would like to go back to Michael Benjamin. Yes, Michael Benjamin, please. Are you able to connect again, Michael? Well, I don't know exactly what the technical difficulty is. Are you there? I can hear something. Okay. As far as I can see,
you can hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes, please go ahead and speak. Now I cannot hear you. Well, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about this difficulty that Mr. Benjamin seems to be having in connecting with us. I don't have any more requests for speaking, so I would like to take the remainder of the time and perhaps go back to our panelists and see if they would like to add anything based in part on what some of the interventions that we've heard, or if they wanted to finish some thoughts that they did not have the opportunity to do because of the time limitation at that time. So, Mr. Sabiti, do you have anything more you would like to add to the discussion? We have about 15 minutes left altogether for this session.
Thank you, the moderator. What I can add is that it's important our governments, first of all, to recognize the rights of minorities, to protect their rights, because most of the time they are marginalized. And that's where the conflict starts, like how even most of the speakers yesterday mentioned, they feel deprived of their rights, and they always try to fight to make sure that their voices are heard. But also, the other thing is to support them, empower them, and some of them help them to understand that diversity is very important. And this can start from childhood, in our education, in our system, to ensure that we help these children to understand how important it is to live together with the neighbors, to live together with other communities, even when we speak different languages. That can help us. Then when it starts from the childhood, can help us even to come in with empowerment, but also supporting them to be able to advocate for their own rights, but also supporting one another and protecting the different individuals' rights. That's something that we should focus on, even the organizations, the governments that are helping these minorities and indigenous communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Caldwell, would you like to add some thoughts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity. I think there was a mention of the Fulani people, and their issue is very critical. For example, not only in Nigeria, but also in Ghana. And I know that ECOWAS has a transhumance agreement protocol, which allows for free movement of the Fulanis across borders. But anytime they come to Ghana, there's a conflict because their grazing rights are being encroached upon, but it's not necessarily a right for them. But I think it's a question of the fact that land is becoming a major issue which could cause conflict because the space is limited and property is being acquired by multinational companies and so on. And so there's some sort of contestation over land issues between the Fulanis and the locals who want to have their right to also farm on their lands. It wasn't the case at first. There was that kind of arrangement which made for mutual accommodation for each side. So I think that there's a need to revisit that particular protocol on transhumance movement of Fulanis across borders to ensure that it doesn't lead to conflict. And related to that, Ghana is going to have a census beginning at the end of this month. And one of the questionnaire that have been developed, it identifies certain major ethnic groups in the country. But just yesterday, the Fulanis were complaining that their name does not appear on the list. And I think that this is a mistake. Instead of identifying particular ethnic groups, people should be given the opportunity to rather mention what ethnic group they have than to be written down, because this is also likely to create some tension when certain ethnic groups are not recognized on the form. It means that the country doesn't recognize them, and that could also cause some tension. All in all, I think the COVID issue should also be critically considered, because I recall the Peace and Security Council came up with a resolution that COVID is affecting peacekeeping operations and also affecting conflicts in certain parts of Africa. But at the same time, conflict is also affecting the COVID activities, in that where there is conflict, the ability to respect the protocols, to introduce vaccination into those territories is a problem. And so I think that, and considering the fact that many of the wars that are being fought in Africa relate to minority rights issues, it's likely to affect minorities. And so it is important that, even if it's not the case of conflict, but in the case of vaccination, usually the fact that minority groups don't want to be part of the mainstream activities, they have their own ways of providing for their health needs, but COVID doesn't discriminate or doesn't stop at the doorstep of minority groups. It's important that there's a way that will enable us to know some statistical data about their reaction to vaccinations and so on, and how best government can reach out to them to be able to help them to observe the protocols and get vaccination, so that COVID will not be a sort of a health crisis in such communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Caldwell. Ms. Amina, would you like to add some thoughts as well? Dr. Amina.
Moi, j'aimerais revenir sur une initiative qui a toute son importance à mes yeux, c'est le fait d'avoir édité des affiches dans les langues des peuples autochtones et des minorités. Donc, dans l'amazigh, l'assyrien, et ça fait plaisir parce que l'année 2019 a été décrétée par l'ONU comme étant l'année des peuples autochtones et des minorités. Et nous sommes à la veille d'une décennie des langues autochtones et des minorités. Et c'est très important parce qu'une communauté qui n'a pas de voix, dont on n'écoute pas la langue, elle ne fait pas passer ses messages. Aujourd'hui, c'est la reconnaissance de ces langues, c'est la reconnaissance des cultures et des identités et des diversités qui sont autour de nous. La langue n'est qu'un réceptacle. Derrière, il y a le savoir-faire, des modes de vie très divers et qui ont leur importance dans ce contexte de Covid, justement, parce que les communautés ont leur façon de vivre et leur savoir-faire, et ils ont fait preuve de beaucoup de résilience. Aujourd'hui, peu importe la couleur des gens, pourquoi est-ce que ça dérange les gens qu'il y ait une couleur différente ou une croyance différente? Le plus important, c'est ce que chacun peut apporter pour les autres en termes de savoir, en termes de diversité, en termes d'enrichissement, parce qu'il n'y a pas une seule façon de voir le monde et une seule façon de comprendre. Donc aujourd'hui, il est urgent de changer les canaux, et peut-être que ce contexte de la pandémie, il est là justement pour remettre en question beaucoup de choses. Il n'y a pas de suprématie des uns sur les autres. Chacun, aussi petit soit-il, chaque communauté, aussi peu soit-elle, a son mot à dire et a son importance. J'aimerais aussi parler sur un point très important. C'est que dans chaque communauté stigmatisée, il y a toujours un élément encore plus faible qui va souffrir encore plus. Essentiellement, les femmes. Parce que une femme, elle n'est pas stigmatisée que pour sa communauté, elle est aussi stigmatisée par son genre. Et dans tous les conflits, justement, celles qui, pour ne pas dire ceux, mais celles qui ont payé le plus lourd tribut, ce sont les femmes. Les viols, les séquestrations, les maltraitances, tout ça, ça fait mal au cœur parce que ce sont ces mêmes femmes qui sont stigmatisées, qui ont souffert, qui vont demain donner naissance à une génération. Donc, comment veut-on espérer avoir des générations futures qui soient tolérantes, qui soient ouvertes sur le monde, alors qu'elles sont le fruit d'une souffrance? Donc, aujourd'hui, plus que jamais, nous avons besoin les uns des autres et nous avons besoin de nous regarder juste dans notre dimension d'être humain et non pas de l'autre. Cet autre, c'est aussi moi. Je suis peut-être majoritaire chez moi, mais lorsque demain je vais me déplacer, soit par la force des choses économiquement, ou bien suite à un conflit, ou bien suite au changement climatique, et nous sommes à la veille d'un changement autour de cette région, petite région, mais qui cristallise tellement de souffrance et de diversité et de changement. Demain, je serai une minorité moi aussi. Et donc, de même que je n'aimerais pas être regardée avec un regard qui blesse, aujourd'hui, nous devons regarder ceux qui nous entourent avec un regard de tolérance et de paix. Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much, Amina. And now perhaps we can go back to Professor De Varenne, Special Rapporteur, for some final thoughts and remarks on the session. And Professor, the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Many thanks to the moderator, Monsieur Azam, for your steady and tactful chairmanship of this session, despite a few technical and other hitches. And also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the expert panelists for your insights and also the contextualization of the vulnerability and marginalization of minorities, and perhaps particularly, as we just heard, of minority women who can be doubly marginalized, as has been just pointed out. Shukran, obrigado. One point I'd like to perhaps react to is the observation that conflicts are preventable. They just don't happen overnight. There is often a long period of gestation of grievances that are left unaddressed or even suppressed. And I will use an example. We do have a conflict which sometimes in Cameroon specifically, which sometimes is described by at least some media as a surprise or a recent development when it's not. The conflict with the Anglophone minority, as I have pointed out in one of my reports to the United Nations General Assembly, did not happen overnight. It has been developing over a number of years, as a matter of fact, over grievances mainly of identity and language and education and access to justice and other public services in the language of the English-speaking Anglophone minority. So that's something I think it is important to reflect on, and it has been raised in different ways by a number of you, that there are always, in relation to conflicts that may be emerging, there are always warning signs when a significant concentration, for example, of a minority group find themselves excluded or discriminated, when they are, in fact, marginalized or do not have equal access or equal treatment in terms of land and resource ownership or usage, or even in terms of employment or in education, including in the use of their own language in education and other areas of public services and access. So I just wanted to react to that because I think there is something that must be retained here that has been raised this morning and also was referred to earlier. We now have, actually, we are now almost exactly on time. And for this, may I use the expression in French, chapeau to all of you. Chapeau to the panelists and experts for your contributions and insights. Chapeau for the moderator for his very skillful direction of this panel. And we will have a 1 hour break to help the team for this regional forum and the Tom Lantos Institute work on the recommendations we have received until now. We will be returning in about 1 hour Geneva time, 12:45. Once again, let me express my gratitude. Shukran, merci beaucoup à vous tous, obrigado, and have a good break. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again in 1 hour exactly. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Franco-Chieri, could we please check your audio and video, please, as we'll be starting in 15 minutes.
Hello, Sean. Hello, Sean. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
But I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Sorry, I now have my headphones in.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Thank you.
That's good. Yeah.
I'll just check with some of our experts that have joined as well.
Okay.
Wale Adeboye, I can see your video is on. And I think we have Ms. Aya Mana as well.
Hello, Sean. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can, Wale. Thank you very much, very clearly.
Okay, excellent. Let me use my earpiece so that it becomes more audible.
Aya, could you please check your audio and camera if you're there?
Hello.
Hello, Aya. Perfect.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Very clear. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
And we have Honorable Remy Ngoy.
Yes, I'm there.
Hello, yes, we can hear you. Does your video, will your video work?
Yes, it's working. There is no problem by my side.
Perfect. Thank you very much for testing. We'll start on time. So 12:45 Geneva time. That's 10 minutes. So
Okay,
thank you.
excellent.
Hello,
Welcome back, everyone. Rebonjour tout le monde. Assalamu alaikum. We resume now the forum with our very last thematic session. Last, but obviously not least. And we will be in the very able hands of Mr. Frank Okiere, head of the Peace Support Operations Program at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, who will be moderating this fourth and final thematic session on ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. Obviously a very challenging task, but in very capable hands with the expert panelists that we have lined up. Mr. Okiere, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And let me say very warm greetings to everyone, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege for me to moderate this very important final session. Throughout yesterday and today, we've had the opportunity to listen to as well as deliberate on some very critical issues on the minority rights. And from the discussions, one thing that is clear is that minority rights issues are real. They are very important, and they are also very critical for conflict prevention, peace, and security. Today, for this particular session, we have assembled a distinguished panel of experts to take us through the discussion on ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. We have the Honorable Remi Ngoy Lumbu, who is the Vice Chairperson, African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We also have Wale Adiboye, who is a Director, West Africa Responsibility to Protect. And we have Aya Mana, former Minority Fellow at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Before I give the floor to the first speaker, let me quickly remind all of us that this session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link will be shared in the chat. The session is also being recorded, and the recording will be available on the organizer's website. The recording and this particular session will also have simultaneous interpretation in French, Portuguese, and Arabic, and participants have the opportunity to select the language they would like to use or hear. Just a few pointers that each presenter will have 10 minutes to do their presentation, after which the floor will be open for interventions and comments from participants. And I'll kindly ask that your initial comment can be limited to 2 minutes to allow everyone to have the opportunity to also make an input. You can also write your recommendations in the Zoom, or you can also email it to marcus.od@lactosinstitute.hu. You can use the chat function throughout this particular session. So without further ado, let me now invite the Honorable Remi Ngoy Lumbu, Vice Chairperson, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to make his presentation. Thank you.
Je veux remercier M. Frank Okiere qui vient de me passer la parole. Je vais couper l'original parce que j'ai un retour de son. Je remercie M. Frank Okiere qui m'a accordé la parole. Je voudrais également remercier les organisateurs de cette activité. Et notamment, j'ai coupé le son original parce que j'ai le retour en français. Hein. Je n'arrive pas à bien suivre. Mais aussi remercier Tom Lantos Institute ainsi que les procédures spéciales des Nations Unies qui ont organisé cette journée de réflexion sur les minorités. Cette confiance que vous accordez à la Commission africaine, je corrige également l'appellation de notre organe, il ne s'agit pas du Haut-Commissariat, mais de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, qui est le principal organe au niveau de l'Union africaine qui est en charge des questions liées à la promotion et à la protection des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Alors, j'étais en train de dire que la confiance que vous accordez à notre organe est d'autant plus opportune que la Commission elle-même considère la problématique des minorités comme étant une question émergente. Une question émergente, ça voudrait dire que c'est parmi des questions qui n'étaient pas encore réellement prises en charge au niveau de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Et vous allez voir à travers mon discours à partir de quand cette question commence à susciter notre intérêt. Toutefois, cet organe qui est en charge de la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme en Afrique a toujours eu recours à une approche collective. N'oubliez pas que la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, c'est le seul instrument au niveau des institutions régionales de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme, ainsi qu'au niveau des Nations Unies, qui a une approche collective, qui parle des droits des peuples, qui fait une approche collective par rapport aux droits de l'homme. Donc, je disais que l'approche collective des droits de l'homme est une des caractéristiques de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples qui protège collectivement les droits des peuples. C'est pour ça que l'organe s'appelle même Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Comme vous le savez, beaucoup d'entre vous ont déjà lu cet instrument. La charte ne prend pas en charge de manière, j'allais dire, express. La charte ne prend pas en charge de manière express la question des minorités. Elle ne prend pas en charge, principalement la question des minorités. Toutefois, le peuple, il le fait indirectement, pas directement, mais indirectement. Si on considère les peuples comme étant des minorités. Mais les minorités en tant que telles ne sont pas prises en charge. Il y a une petite nuance qu'il faudrait, n'est-ce pas, bien percevoir à cet égard. Mais lorsque nous considérons le peuple comme une minorité, la Commission a toujours pris le devant par rapport à cette question. Alors, une autre question que je voulais signaler, c'est qu'indirectement quand même, via la protection, on peut dire plus ou moins timide, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples arrive à protéger quelques catégories spéciales sans toutefois le dire de manière tout à fait claire. Ainsi, de temps en temps, on peut protéger une petite catégorie de minorités sexuelles. De temps en temps, dans quelques affaires, des minorités religieuses se trouvent également protégées ou des minorités professionnelles. Mais la question des minorités en tant que telle, au niveau de l'Afrique, c'est vraiment une question émergente. Il faudrait que les idées soient très bien claires à cet égard. Beaucoup de questions émergentes en matière de droits de l'homme, hein, le droit à la paix, le droit à la sécurité, le droit au développement, le droit à une justice indépendante. Il faut considérer la question des minorités comme étant les nouveaux besoins. Je peux dire ça, je peux m'exprimer comme ça nous avons une identité de vue. C'est parmi les nouveaux besoins émergents en Afrique et nous sommes en train d'y travailler assez sérieusement. C'est pour cette raison, quand j'ai eu l'invitation par rapport à cette conférence, je n'ai pas hésité de venir porter ce message de l'Afrique auprès de vous, d'autant plus qu'en plus de ma qualité d'être vice-président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, je suis également membre du groupe de travail sur les communautés ou les peuples autochtones que nous avons déjà débaptisé depuis quelque temps parce qu'ils s'occupent de minorités comme on va le voir. Donc, je voulais simplement dire que nous devons cependant la réalité de reconnaître, comme je vous ai dit, que les lenteurs internes qui existent au niveau de la Commission, de prendre en charge cette question émergente pour plusieurs raisons. Vous allez vous demander, mais pourquoi l'Afrique est aussi lente pour prendre en charge cette question? Mais il y a plusieurs raisons par rapport à cela. La première raison, c'est l'absence même d'un consensus africain. Il n'y a pas de consensus africain sur la question des minorités, surtout beaucoup plus sur la question des minorités sexuelles. Hein. Il n'y a pas encore de consensus africain à cet égard sur cette problématique. C'est pour cette raison que vous verrez que la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples manifeste un petit retard par rapport à cette question, mais les choses sont en train d'être corrigées. Ça, c'est l'une des premières raisons que je peux donner pour vous dire pourquoi nous ne nous occupons pas des questions liées, pourquoi nous ne nous occupions pas, parce qu'il y a une nuance, nous ne nous occupions pas des questions des minorités au niveau de l'Afrique. Et puis, il y a également une autre raison que nous pouvons invoquer ici, c'est la question même de la variabilité, de l'élasticité du concept de minorité. La variabilité du concept de minorité. C'est quoi les minorités? Et là, j'ai dit déjà la troisième raison, c'est l'absence même de définition de cette question. Il n'y a pas au niveau de l'Afrique un concept qui a déjà été plus ou moins défini, plus ou moins clair. Vous savez, les juristes, ils sont maniaques de la précision dans les termes. Lorsqu'on veut protéger les minorités, il faudrait qu'on sache c'est qui les minorités. C'est qui les minorités? L'Afrique n'a pas encore sa définition. Je ne dis pas qu'il y a des définitions qui manquent, mais l'Afrique n'en a pas encore trouvé une. Elle en cherche en tout cas. Elle en cherche. Ajouter à cela la variabilité même du concept, ajouter à cela le fait la réticence des États sur la question des minorités sexuelles, vous avez un cocktail qui jusque-là était un cocktail assez limitatif qui montrait comment l'Afrique des droits de l'homme était encore en retard. Heureusement, et c'est ça la bonne nouvelle et qu'il faudrait apporter, c'est que depuis le 7 août 2020, bientôt une année, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples a adopté une résolution, une importante résolution, la résolution 455. Bon, vous verrez déjà que cette résolution 455 a élargi les compétences du Working Group sur les peuples autochtones. Le groupe de travail sur les populations ou les peuples autochtones est déjà rebaptisé aujourd'hui parce que c'est devenu groupe de travail sur les peuples autochtones ou les minorités, les populations autochtones. Et on a ajouté à la fin « et les minorités en Afrique ». Vous voyez déjà l'évolution qui a commencé depuis août 2020. Donc, l'Afrique a pris conscience que c'est une question émergente et il la prend en charge déjà au niveau de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Alors, 5 petites missions, je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps. Vous allez lire cette résolution, la résolution 455 du 7 août 2020 sur le site de la Commission que je vous invite à visiter. 5 missions importantes ont été apportées, n'est-ce pas, à ce groupe de travail. On lui a ajouté 5 missions supplémentaires. Une des premières missions, c'est suivre les questions en rapport avec les minorités ethniques. L'Afrique, c'est les ethnies, c'est la multiplicité des ethnies. Les États sont pour la plupart ethniques, et s'ils ne le sont pas, les provinces le sont. Et la plupart des élections que vous savez, c'est des questions ethniques qui sont souvent posées. Les gens ne votent pas le programme, ils votent les ethnies, donc c'est une question très, très importante en Afrique. Non seulement suivre les questions en rapport avec les minorités ethniques, mais également pour les minorités culturelles. L'Afrique, c'est les cultures, c'est la diversité des cultures. Il faut suivre les minorités culturelles, les minorités linguistiques, les minorités religieuses. Et l'Afrique ajoute, il faut trouver un concept, il faut vraiment bien définir ce qu'on appelle les minorités régionales. La résolution parle bien des minorités régionales. Il faut bien savoir de quoi il s'agit. Une autre mission, c'est recueillir des informations. Ça, tous les mécanismes spéciaux ou tous les groupes de travaux au niveau de la Commission africaine ont cette mission de recueillir des informations sur toutes ces minorités que je venais de citer et de constituer une espèce de database, de base de données à travers lesquelles on peut aller puiser les différentes expériences et avoir une vue holistique de la situation des minorités en Afrique. Troisième mission, entreprendre des études. Il n'y a pas encore d'études sur les minorités en Afrique. Il n'y en a pas. Il n'y a pas encore d'études. Il faut commencer à étudier c'est quoi les minorités en Afrique, c'est qui les personnes peuvent être considérées comme minoritaires en Afrique. Mais lorsque vous venez à nos sessions, au cours des sessions ordinaires, vous vous rendrez compte qu'il y a des ONG qui viennent, qui travaillent pour la question liée aux minorités. Je vois par exemple, je suis originaire de la République démocratique du Congo, je vois souvent des ONG venir pour parler des pygmées qui sont au Kivu, qui sont en Afrique au centre du Congo, qui sont au nord du Congo, au sud du Congo, souvent ce sont les pygmées. Faire des études sur ces minorités-là, ça me paraît une chose importante. Ou les minorités nouvelles qui existent aujourd'hui, les minorités sexuelles. Tout ça, nous avons besoin des études pour prendre en charge cette question de manière tout à fait compétente pour pas que nous ayons à nous éparpiller à gauche, à droite. Quatrième compétence, conseiller, bien évidemment, ce n'est qu'un groupe de travail. Après avoir fait tout ce travail, il faut conseiller l'ensemble de la commission, l'ensemble des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils prennent des décisions qui sont rationnelles, réfléchies et dignes de l'Afrique. Il y a également une dernière mission, je vais aller rapidement, je suis presque à la fin, c'est collaborer avec les stakeholders, les partenaires, les organisations internationales, comme les procédures spéciales des Nations Unies, comme le Haut-Commissariat aux droits de l'homme. Il y a des collègues du Haut-Commissariat des Nations Unies qui sont ici sur ces questions qui sont liées aux minorités. L'Afrique a progressé aujourd'hui de la non prise en compte de la question des minorités qui prenait uniquement en charge la question des peuples autochtones. L'Afrique a migré aujourd'hui vers les minorités à travers toutes les catégories que je vous ai montrées, religieuses, les minorités linguistiques, les minorités culturelles. On n'a pas parlé des minorités sexuelles là-dedans, mais il y a moyen de chercher à trouver là-dedans comment intégrer toutes les minorités qui existent en Afrique. On en a catégorisé quelques-unes. En lisant très, très, très bien la résolution, il y a moyen de prendre en charge la question des minorités de manière holistique. Je voudrais conclure parce que je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps. Il faut respecter le timing qui nous a été accordé par les organisateurs pour leur permettre de ne pas déborder. Je suis là en tant que vice-président de la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples, en tant que membre du groupe de travail sur les populations autochtones et les minorités en Afrique, pour lancer un appel. Comme nous l'a donné le 5e pilier des compétences de ce groupe de travail avec son mandat qui est élargi, je suis là pour lancer un appel à tous les partenaires pour venir collaborer avec l'Afrique. L'Afrique a besoin de comprendre ce qu'est des minorités, l'Afrique a besoin des études sur les minorités, l'Afrique a besoin de partager les bonnes pratiques de promotion et de protection des minorités dans les autres espaces qui existent pour que demain nous ayons plutôt une Afrique respectueuse des minorités qui figurent bien en son sein. Voilà le message que je voulais vous apporter. Si au cours des débats, vous voyez que je m'éclipse, ne vous effrayez pas, ça sera une éclipse volontaire en raison de mon emploi du temps qui est trop chargé. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lumbu, for that very articulate and insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and sharing with us your ideas. We really appreciate that. Next, we will turn to Dr. Basma Habib, and my apologies, I skipped her in my introduction. Dr. Basma Habib is from the High Commission on Human Rights in Iraq, and I would now like to respectfully invite Dr. Habib to give us her presentation. Thank you.
Sorry.
We can't hear you.
Yeah. شكرا جزيلا على إتاحة هذه الفرصة للحديث في هذا الاجتماع المهم جدا عن قضية الأقليات. أنا فضلا عن عملي كناشطة أنا عضو في مجلس المفوضين في المفوضية العليا لحقوق الإنسان في العراق، وأنتم تعرفون يعني طبيعة عمل المفوضيات مفوضيات حقوق الإنسان هي عمل رقابي، وفي نفس الوقت لدينا تقارير دورية وسنوية نرصد بها واقع حقوق الإنسان والانتهاكات الموجودة في العراق، ويعني هذه التقارير فيها كامل التفاصيل. ولدينا ملف، أنا بالنسبة لي مسؤولة عن ملف مناهضة الفكر المتطرف والسلوك العنيف. هذا الملف حديث تقريبا أنا من قمت باستحداثه في المفوضية، فضلا عن وجود ملفات أخرى عن حقوق المرأة، الأقليات، الهجرة والمهاجرين، ذوي الإعاقة وإلى آخره من الملفات الأخرى الموجودة في معظم مفوضيات أو مؤسسات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان. بالنسبة للأقليات في العراق أنا يعني راح أركز على وضع الأقليات في العراق. طبعا الوضع الأقليات أستطيع أن أقول إلى حد ما معقد، وذلك لوجود كم هائل من المكونات في العراق. العراق متنوع المكونات، يعني نجد فيها أديان متنوعة، وفي نفس الوقت نجد فيها الكثير من الأديان وقوميات وإلى آخره. طبعا في العراق لدينا أقليات دينية ولدينا أيضا أقليات قومية. الأقليات الدينية تتمثل بالمسيحيين. المسيحيين أيضا هم موزعين إلى أرمن والآشوريين والسريان الكلدان، وأيضا عندنا الصابئة المندائيين أيضا هم من الديانات الموجودة بالعراق، والإيزيديين والبهائيين بالإضافة إلى الكاكائيين. هذه فقط بالنسبة للأقليات الدينية. أما بالنسبة للأقليات القومية فلدينا الشبك، وأيضا لدينا التركمان، وأيضا لدينا الكرد الفيلية، لأن لدينا الأكراد ولكن الكرد الفيلية هم يمثلون الكرد الشيعة ولديهم خصوصية معينة في العراق، وتعرضوا إلى اضطهاد كبير من الأنظمة السياسية المتعددة. بالنسبة لوضع الأقليات طبعا راح أتكلم بشكل سريع لأن بصراحة الوقت لا يسعف لكي أدخل بالتفاصيل، ولكن سأبدأ بأبسط حق للإنسان هو الحق في الحياة. نلاحظ هذا الحق وحسب الدستور العراقي بحق الفرد في الحياة والأمن والحرية وعدم جواز الحرمان منها وفقا للقانون، هذا حسب المادة 15 من الدستور العراقي. ولكن نجد لحد الآن المناطق التي يقطنها الأقليات صراحة غير مؤمنة أمنياً، يعيشون وضع صعب. يعني لدينا مجموعة من القرى للكاكائيين في منطقة داقوق وفي منطقة في محافظة ديالى في خانقين. هذه المناطق يتعرضون لهجمات ومستهدفين بشكل مستمر من العصابات الإرهابية التابعة لداعش لحد هذه اللحظة، ويومياً يتعرضون لهجمات مسلحة ويقدمون خسائر، يعني مو فقط خسائر مادية وإنما بالأرواح. يعني تقريباً أستطيع أن أقول بشكل أسبوعي نحن نفقد شخص أو شخصين منهم بسبب تعرضهم واستهدافهم عصابة داعش. نعم. هذا بالنسبة لي نعم. أما بالنسبة للحق الآخر وهو حق الفكر والمعتقد والدين، طبعاً أنا أحاول أن أتكلم باختصار وأحددها بعدة نقاط. بالنسبة للحق في الفكر والمعتقد والدين بحسب الدستور العراقي، طبعاً المادة 2 ثانياً الحفاظ على الهوية الإسلامية لغالبية الشعب العراقي، وكذلك الحفاظ على كامل الحقوق الدينية لجميع الأفراد من حرية العقيدة والممارسة الدينية كالمسيحيين والإيزيديين والصابئة. هذا ما موجود في الدستور. أما ما موجود في الواقع فهو أنه لحد الآن لم يعترف بالأقلية البهائية. يعني لحد الآن بحسب قرار لمجلس قيادة الثورة، طبعا مجلس قيادة الثورة هي تابعة لنظام صدام حسين السابق، الرقم 105 لسنة 75. في هذا القرار تجميد قيود البهائيين في سجلات الأحوال المدنية. يعني البهائيين لحد الآن ليس لهم الحق في ملكية العقارات والأراضي التي يملكونها. لماذا؟ باعتبار هم يعني كان ينظر إليهم بشكل بأنهم مرتدين عن الإسلام، وبأنهم أي ديانة بعد الإسلام لا يمكن الاعتراف بها. ومع الأسف هذا القرار نافذ لحد هذه اللحظة. يعني لحد هذه اللحظة البهائيين يسجلون كمسلمين في سجل الأحوال المدنية مع أنهم غير مسلمين، يعني هم لديهم ديانة خاصة بهم. أيضاً مع وجود حملات التوعية من قبل منظمات المجتمع المدني ومن قبل المفوضية العليا لحقوق الإنسان، نجد الكثير من خطابات الكراهية ضد المسيحيين، ولا سيما في فترات الكريسماس وفترة رأس السنة. يعتقدون بأن احنا كمسلمين لا يحق لنا أن نحتفل، ويتعرضون لهجمات كثيرة باعتبارهم أقلية، كيف لهم أن يكون لديهم هذا الحجم من العطل الرسمية وكذا. وخطابات كراهية طبعا مع الأسف كانت أغلبها من رجال دين. قبل الاحتفالات بهذه المناسبة كانت تطرح هذه الخطابات وتدعو الشعب لمقاطعة الاحتفال ومقاطعة حتى تهنئة المسيحيين بهذه المناسبة على اعتبار بأنهم ديانتهم غير صحيحة وكذا. بالإضافة إلى أن الأقليات في العراق مع الأسف وخصوصاً الإيزيديين وحتى المسيحيين والصابئة المندائيين لديهم يعني لاحظوا مو فقط أستطيع أن أقول القانون، وإنما المجتمع أيضا في بعض الأحيان يتعامل معهم باستعلاء، ويتعامل معهم يعني ينظر إليهم نظرة دونية باعتبار هم يعني غير مطهرين وغير نظيفين، وبعض الناس حتى ما يأكلون طعامهم ويقاطعهم، خصوصا فيما يخص أكلهم باعتبار بأن أكلهم غير حلال ولا نستطيع أن يعني نتناولها. أيضا لدينا بمشكلة عدم جدية الحكومات المحلية في المحافظات في بناء دور عبادة لهم. يعني إحنا نعرف بعض هجمات داعش خصوصا في مناطق نينوى ومحافظة نينوى، الكثير من دور العبادة للمسيحيين والأزيديين دمرت بالكامل من قبل عصابات داعش، ولكن لحد الآن نجد بأن هذه الدور مع الأسف لم يتم إعمارها بحجج اقتصادية وعدم وجود تخصيصات وكذا. ونلاحظ هذا بحد ذاته أيضا ممكن أن نعتبرها انتهاك لحق من حقوقهم في ممارسة طقوسهم الدينية. عندنا أيضا حق في المساواة وعدم التمييز. الدستور العراقي يقول ساوت بين العراقيين ولم تميز بينهم على أساس الجنس والعرق أو القومية أو الدين أو الأصل، إلا أننا ماذا وجدنا بأن أبناء البشرة السمراء في العراق لحد الآن يعانون من النظرة الدونية بسبب الموروث الاجتماعي وحرمانهم من تقلد المناصب في دوائر الدولة المختلفة. يعني لحد الآن هم محرومين من تولي بعض المناصب في دوائر الدولة، وهناك نوع من المقاطعة أستطيع أن أقول المجتمعية معهم. يعني حتى مسائل الزواج منهم أو تزويجهم أيضا نلاحظ بها مقاطعة مجتمعية لحد هذه اللحظة، وكذلك الغجر أيضا يتعرضون لنفس المشكلة. وأيضا لحد الآن أكو دعوات من الإيزيديين للاعتراف بهم كقومية ذات كيان وليس ديانة فقط. يعني أنتم تعرفون الإيزيديين بعدما تعرضوا له من هجمات داعش طبعا هم مع الأسف أصيبوا بخيبة أمل. يعني كانوا في السابق يعتبرون أنفسهم أكراد، ولكن الآن هم يريدون أن يكونون هم قومية بحد ذاتهم، يعني يريدون أن يكون لهم استقلالية، يعني كنوع من تقدير لما تعرضوا له وكنوع من التعويض المعنوي لما تعرضوا له، ولكن لحد الآن مع الأسف لم يصلوا إلى هذه النقطة. تمثيل الأقليات في النظام السياسي، يعني أنتم تعرفون مسألة التهميش السياسي أيضا من المشكلات اللي تعاني منها الأقليات. مثلا مجلس النواب صوت على تقوير رئيس مجلس النواب باستحداث وزارة دولة يكون وزيرها من المكون التركماني، ولكن لحد الآن لم يتم تنفيذ هذه النقطة. مثلا مسألة تمثيل الإيزيديين في البرلمان أو تمثيل الشبك بالبرلمان، لحد الآن أكو عليها إشكاليات كثيرة. ومع الأسف يعني أكو نقطة مهمة جدا كنت أحب أن أتطرق إليها وهي خطيرة جدا. يعني أنا قبل أيام كان لدي جلسة حوارية مع مجموعة من النخب الإيزيدية. بصراحة أكو طبعا هم منقسمين، يعني الأقليات مع قلتهم يعانون من المشاكل والمشاكل الداخلية، وأيضا يعانون من الانقسامات الكثيرة. هذه نقطة. مثلا على سبيل المثال التركمان، لدينا تركمان شيعة ولدينا تركمان سنة، والتركمان الشيعة أيضا منقسمين إلى جماعات، والسنة أيضا منقسمين على جماعات، وهكذا. يعني هم أيضا أساسا لديهم انقسامات عقائدية ولديهم انقسامات. الآن جاءت الأحزاب السياسية وأدت إلى تعميق هذه النزاعات الموجودة. يعني أعطيكم مثل بسيط. يعني الإيزيديين بعدما تعرضوا له من جرائم.
Excuse me, Dr. Habib. Can you please draw your presentation to a close? I think we are exceeding the time, so if you can kindly conclude your presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, لم أسمع بشكل جيد. ممكن الترجمة again?
I can translate if you need.
Yes, please. Yeah.
دكتور أنا جوزيف يوحنا دا يقول لك إنه إذا تقدرين تختصرين وتدخل يعني
تمام
تنهين
تمام
اللقاء مالتك. شكرا.
تمام نعم. فنلاحظ بأن المشكلة اللي تصير هاي أحكيها بشكل سريع. هذه الأقليات لأنها تشعر بأنها غير محمية وتشعر بعدم الأمان، الآن تحاول بأن تلجأ إلى الاحتماء بالأحزاب الكبيرة السياسية الموجودة والاحتماء بالقوميات المتنفذة والتي لديها سلطة في المناطق التي ينتمون إليها، وهذا أدى إلى ضعفهم داخلياً وأدى أيضاً إلى فقدانهم لهويتهم الفرعية الأساسية الموجودة، وهذه نقطة خطرة جداً يعني أتمنى تعملون عليها. يعني حتى الكوتا الذي تعطى المقاعد البرلمانية التي تعطى لهذه الأقليات هي في الأساس يعني بنوع ما تابعة للأحزاب المتسلطة، فهم لا يستطيعون أن يكونون أصحاب قرار ولا يستطيعون أن يمثلوا الأقليات التي ينتموا إليها، لأنهم أصلاً حصلوا على هذه الكراسي عن طريق أحزاب لديها سلطة ولديها قوة ولديها مال. فنلاحظ هذه نقطة مهمة جداً كنت أحب أن أتطرق إليها، وشكراً جزيلاً، وأنا جاهزة لأي أسئلة أو أي شيء تحبون أن تطرحوه، وشكراً جزيلاً مرة أخرى.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Habib, for the very comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much. We will now move on to Dr. Wale Adeboye, the Director, West Africa Responsibility to Protect, to make his presentation. You have the floor, Dr. Adeboye.
Thank you so much, Frank. Good day, everyone, wherever you are in the part of the world. My name is Dr. Adeboye, like he said, and I'm the founder of West African Responsibility to Protect Coalition. It is a great privilege and honor to be asked to contribute to this year's Special Rapporteur's Report on Minority Issues, and my appreciation to Tom Lantos Institute and the UN Special Rapporteur on the Minority Issues. Now, the topic before me is very clear. We are looking at ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. Now, since yesterday, I have listened to many incredible presentations and interesting, recommendations. This morning, I was taking, I was really, excited when Dr. Kwadwo from Ghana talked about defining conflict along minority issues. And it's like it peeped into my discussion and into what I probably will be talking about. So for want of time, I would just want to focus my discussion on the pathways to prevent conflict in the process of ensuring or protecting minority rights. And the case study I'm going to be using is Nigeria. However, the elements of my conversation have practical applications to other countries and how to manage the human rights conflict of minority, in their domain. As we all know, Africa today is laced with some of the most obstinate conflicts. And as professional conflict analyst that I am, I understand that many of Africa's conflicts and violence are constructed from differences in religious and ethnic identities, most often between the majority and the minority groups. And this is also the case in Nigeria. Now, sometimes these conflicts come in forms of perception of marginalization. And I want you to know that I'm placing emphasis on the word perception. Perception of marginalization, perception of exclusion, perception of victimization of the minority groups. But oftentimes, it is more than perception, but real and active. But time will fail me to provide, a kind of solid background on the composition of the ethnic groups and religious composition for Nigeria. But that nonetheless, I want you to know that minority issues in Nigeria has a big question mark. In fact, depending on which angle and context you are looking at it, the complexity of minority issues in the country in Nigeria is that every ethnic nationality in Nigeria, be it the Yoruba, be it the Hausa, be it the Igbo, or less populated ethnic nationalities that we have, is technically a minority in the country. One of the cross-current debates in Nigeria, if you are following, which has continued to attract global attention, is the marginalization cry by the Igbo minority group. And the audience here will recollect that a few weeks back, the Nigerian government banned the use of Twitter in the country. And I can tell this gathering that at the heart of the Nigeria Twitter crisis is the Igbo nationality minority crisis and their cry for marginalization. And we must, as people know that, or not forget that minorities' aspirations to gain the control of state power will usually lead to conflicts. So states must be prepared for those kind of conflicts. But the challenge is that most often than not, states don't get themselves prepared. And don't forget where I started from my conversation when I talked about perception, which is constantly at the heart of minority issues. Now, of the Igbo minorities in Nigeria, they not only have the perception of unequal allocation of resources, but also that the state is selective in the use of monopoly of violence. Now, how did Nigeria get here where minorities questioning of the state suddenly become the order of the day? The first reason is that the failure of the state to properly and judiciously allocate national resources. We also have the issue of corruption, and of course, thirdly, the insensitivity of states to embrace national cohesion, stability, and initiatives that can help bridge the gap. We have the leadership failure on the part of government amounting to years of neglect, economic and political isolation of the people of Nigeria that crossed across all the minority groups in the country. Unfortunately, the call for restructuring in Nigeria pseudo-federal system of governance is always misunderstood by the ruling elite as a challenge to the sovereignty of the Nigerian state. Now, it was from the many state failures of Nigeria that the Igbo minority group developed the Biafra agitation and the secession call. The Igbo minority agitation that I'm talking about is a direct result of the loss of confidence by many of the nation on the nation's politics. Igbo minorities are worried about economic exclusion from the Commonwealth of Nigeria, just like every other minority that we have within the country's space. So as peace and development practitioner, this therefore leads me to the question, what can and should Nigeria be doing differently regarding minority issues? The first thing we must do is that we must manage conflict and human rights issues of minority by radically addressing structural imbalances. We must also bear in mind that structural imbalances, they create room for majority groups to become powerful, thereby able to marginalize others. States in Nigeria must also learn to tread, to stem the thread of politics of divisiveness, because it undermines leadership capacity and inclusiveness. Nigeria is an ethnically and linguistically diverse country with over 350 ethnic groups. Therefore, break away, civil strife, minorities' nervousness, violent clashes are common forces and actual occurrences that you will find in highly polarized states like Nigeria. So minority issues of we versus them is a continuous struggle for superiority and recognition that Nigerian states must face head on. And here lies the crux of the issues, and from this we emanate my recommendations. The fact is that Nigeria has no clear-cut measures to recognize that there are marginalized minorities whose call for redress should be visited. And that is why I like the idea that one of the media speakers mentioned, that there is no record of study of minority issues across Africa. Until we realize that we need to begin to talk about documentation, we will not get there. So the state business continue as usual, covertly and overtly. They are reinforcing discrimination against minority. And this suggests to me the perpetual state denial of the existing problem. So Nigeria must be conscious and deliberate in identifying minority and recognizing indigenous people as vulnerable groups. And finally, how can we disarm the ticking bomb? Because I know the special rapporteur mentioned, like my boss at the Government African Working Group mentioned yesterday, that the issues we are talking about are like ticking bomb. How do we disarm this ticking bomb? Here are my possible interventions and recommendations. My distinguished colleague in this forum, addressing the gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflict has a starting point. And the starting point of any of the response to address this gap is to understand the minority administration's roots. The roots can be political, it can be economical, it can be grievances of any nature, but it
it usually have a deep sense of collective victimization. Now, whichever one or that you are looking at it, government attitude must not be to dismiss or to repress those expressions of victimization, but rather they must embrace, they must engage, and they must transform. And here are my four recommendations that I'm going to make. Perception of an issue is as important, if not more important, than the real substance. Hence, the perception of minority info extraction in Nigeria that the state is oppressive is a sufficient condition for government to embrace collaborative initiative for justice. Governments must therefore make concerted efforts to address perception and reality of minority oppression. The second one is that, irrespective of the magnitude of the issue, memory is a burden. Is often a burden. And don't forget, memory is an interdependent process of remembering and forgetting. So when minority groups, such as the Igbo people of Nigeria, have memories of past labeling, of past targeting, it becomes the fundamental foundation of future fears and concerns. So the Nigerian state must deal with the minority concerns in ways that the minority memory becomes correctional tool for future and not for source of fear. And third is that at the heart of the structure of minority groups and marginalization is the grassroots mobilization and consciousness. And this makes it sufficiently convenient for minority and marginalized groups to pass message very quickly. So we are talking about the place of grassroots in the marginalization. So states like Nigeria must invest in the process of addressing structural concern at the grassroots. And finally, my last comment is that using grassroots network system in holistic and benevolent manner must be at the heart of conflict resolution that affect minority groups. Thank you so much. My time is up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wale Adeboye. That's a very insightful presentation with empirical evidence from Nigeria. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your insights. Last but not least, I would like to turn to Aya Mana. Aya Mana is a former minority fellow at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So Mana, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator, Special Rapporteur, panelists, state representatives, minority representatives, and colleagues. After some days of the invitation to take part on this honorable panel, tensions in Sheikh Jarrah and in East Jerusalem continued to escalate, and our minority joined the demonstrations in our villages and in a few mixed cities. My village, Majd al-Krum in the Galilee, north of Israel, became for some nights a cloud of tear gas. Besides using stun grenades and in some cases also rubber bullets. The law enforcement officials' use of force were against demonstrators was really excessive and disproportionate. I got sick. I'm still a little bit sick, as you can hear. Kids and elderly suffered for days from the tear gas. And the panic was the main feeling that we felt during our holiday, Eid al-Fitr holiday, the Muslim holiday. I want to share that mass arrests are still occurring within Operation Law and Order. Since the start of the operation, Israeli police have reportedly arrested more than 2,000 Palestinians, citizens of Israel, the majority of whom were released from custody without charges filed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli National Police Commissioner declared that the purpose of this mass arrest operation is to restore deterrence and increase governance. Israeli government uses arrests in Palestinian minority as a tool of deterrence vis-a-vis Arab Palestinian citizens. And this tool is now being employed on the basis of racial profiling on a particular of our particular population. This is not less than a war for me against the Palestinian demonstrators, political activists, and minors. employing massive Israeli police forces to raid the homes of Palestinian citizens. These raids are, for me, they look like they intended to intimidate and to exact revenge on Palestinian minority of Israel, to settle the score with Palestinians, in the Israeli police own words, for the political positions and for their activities. And here I take the chance to call on the government to immediately call off the Israeli police forces to cancel Operation Law and Order. These events, among others, has been reported to the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Mr. Fernand de Varenes, and I am thankful for your letter from the 1st of June titled Israel Violence, Hate Speech, Discrimination Against Palestinian Minority Must Stop. I would like also to remind us, distinguished participants and minority representatives, that our rights are embedded in the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, and in several other different UN conventions and instruments. And here I'm quoting from the Declaration: the right to establish and maintain peaceful contacts with other members of their group and with persons belonging to other minorities, both within their own country and across state borders, Article 2.5, and in Article 3, the freedom to exercise their rights individually as well as in a community with other members of their group without discrimination. The reason why I'm bringing this and I'm stating this is because in the 18th of May, a strike, namely Dignity Strike, Idrab al-Karama, was declared in the state of Palestine and by the Arab Committee for Arab Citizens in Israel. A massive number of Palestinians workers decided to join this strike, and hundreds of them reported on harassments or even dismissal from their workplaces due to the participation on the strike and taking the day off in sympathy with the Palestinian people, our people. I would like also to indicate in this opportunity cases of hate speech. During our session yesterday, the so-called flag march took place in Jerusalem, Al-Quds, with the chants "Death to Arabs," among other humiliating and provocative chants to our minority. This march was permitted to take place earlier this week by the high-level security cabinet and was escorted by 2,500 law enforcement officials. This was not the only case where we have endured hate speech and incitement, even by the public and official media. As an example, I would like to take the journalist from Channel 20 who said, unfortunately, the missile that fell in Shfa'amer, a Palestinian city in northern Israel, didn't kill many here. This, unfortunately, is happening in the 21st century, as he was live reporting when the missile fell in the village. As I mentioned earlier, cases of lynches were reported in several mixed cities. Moreover, security officers shot a 17-year-old child, martyr Muhammad Kiwan from Al-Fahim, while he was with his friends. This is not a rare accident. At the first Intifada 21 years ago, 13 young Palestinians were killed by police forces. Another case that I would like to bring here, that Jdeida Makr, also a village in the north of Israel, a Palestinian village, was put under siege for a week. Again, not proportional use of force and collective punishment, which remind us with the military regime that we have endured in the 50s and the 60s. Thus, I would also call on Israel and the member states that they should protect and effectively implement human rights of the minorities as the key for stability in the region through laws and which promote justice and equality. Peace and stability and justice my friends, are the shortest way to prevent violent conflicts. This requires addressing the core grievances of minorities associated with their exclusion, discriminatory practices in their daily life, and effective participation in public life and other areas, accommodating their cultures, religions, language, and beliefs. Because there will be no peace without justice, as Martin Luther King said. I will conclude probably here to let more time for the participants and the minority representatives to bring their voices. My recommendations will be the United Nations should establish a high-level advisory body on minority issues for Africa and Middle East region. I would call also on an establishment of an independent international fact-finding missions on minority issues for the region. And I will call governments and the region to ensure the participation of minorities and their representatives in the development of policies and laws for achieving their inclusiveness through affirmative actions to be sustained over a prolonged period. My fourth and last recommendation is that states should ensure that the minority groups are respected and enhance a free from stigmatization and hate speech public sphere towards minority groups. And I would like to thank you once more for this opportunity and to greet all of the minority courageous representatives that are here bringing their minorities issues and voices to the UN and to the dear Special Rapporteur attention. And thank you once more for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayamana, for sharing these very important insights and thoughts with us. We really appreciate your thoughts. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we have now heard from our panel of experts, and it's now time for us to open the floor for contributions. But before I do that, let me reiterate that in order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect participants to show respect for others' views, and that we also invite you all to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language, or derogatory, inflammatory remarks, respect UN principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Without further ado, I would like to invite Iraqi PM Ala Sami Mohammed to make your contribution. Kindly restrict your contribution to 2 minutes to allow others to also contribute. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا السيد رئيس الجلسة. كما نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للسيدات والسادة الخبراء بما قدموه من معلومات قيمة بشأن الأوضاع التي يعاني منها الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد نود بيان الآتي: أن جميع القوانين العراقية تمنع الدعوة إلى الكراهية الدينية والتي تشكل تحريضاً على التمييز أو العداوة أو العنف. كما تضمن جميع القوانين العراقية حق جميع الأشخاص في العبادة أو التجمع في إطار الدين أو المعتقد وفي إقامة وإدارة الأماكن اللازمة لهذه الأغراض. كما تعمل الحكومة العراقية جاهدة على ضمان التمثيل السياسي وضمان الحقوق المدنية والسياسية لجميع الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد سارعت الحكومة العراقية على إزالة الآثار المترتبة على الأقليات جراء الجرائم الإرهابية التي قام بها تنظيم داعش الإرهابي. وتتويجا لهذه الجهود شرع العراق قانون الناجيات الأزيديات من جرائم داعش الإرهابي بما فيها الناجيات الأيزيديات والمسيحيات والتركمانيات من أجل تعويضهن وإنصافهن. كما وقع أهالي سهل نينوى وثيقة التعايش السلمي في عام 2018 من أجل تجريم الطائفية والعنصرية ونبذ استخدام العنف الذي مارسه تنظيم داعش الإرهابي ونبذ الكراهية والإحقاد وخلق حالة الانسجام والتناغم الاجتماعي وإزالة تأثير تنظيم داعش الإرهابي على مجريات الحياة اليومية كافة وتبني تفكير اجتماعي جديد وتحديث خطاب الوسائل الاجتماعية والدينية في عموم محافظة نينوى بما يعزز دور المجتمع المدني في إشاعة روح الوئام والتعاون والعمل المشترك للتأمين حق كل مواطن في ضمان حقوقهم في حياة حرة كريمة وآمنة ومستقرة وتعويض الأضرار. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to B. Alawachi Lassa organization to make your intervention.
Mr. UN Special Reporter on Minority Issues, Mr. Moderator, experts, and distinguished participants, my intervention would be regarding the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, adopted by the General Assembly on December 1992. In particular, Article 4, Number 4 states should, where appropriate, take measures in the field of education in order to encourage knowledge of the history, traditions, language, and culture of the minorities existing within their territory. Persons belonging to minorities should have adequate opportunities to gain knowledge of the society as a whole. I will emphasize here on the statement which mentioned encourage knowledge of the history, traditions, language, and culture of the minorities existing within their territory, which needs to be applicable to the curriculums in elementary and secondary schools in Iraq. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now we have Alex Kigundu, Chairman BLC. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Frank, and His Excellency, Mr. Fernando, for this opportunity once again. I would like also to add on what the panelist is saying. The problems that we have in Africa for the minority issues is that it is derived from the colonial era, whereby the colonial governments established a system whereby they empower some ethnic groups to overpower the other ethnic groups. Like I'm gonna give a good example in my country, so-called Uganda. They empowered the Lango ethnic group and the Acholi ethnic group to overpower the majority, which is Baganda by that time. And the motive or the intentions of Uganda as a nation, they wanted to be independent. But for the British colonial government to achieve their goal is to empower the Lango and the Acholi through militarily. So then the majority, they did not have weapons to overcome that system or that the election, then they submitted. So through that submission, it is the same thing for same as in Biafra or Yoruba, is the same thing that is happening in Tigray. So the colonial system of governance has affected a lot of African ethnic groups to submit to the system that which is not in their will. It is not their willingness to be under that kind of government. But we found ourselves being affected in the long run because the United Nations recognize those governments and then they receive power and authority to brutalize the minority groups. And sometimes for us, we are the majority, but because we don't have authority over our regions, then we become minority in terms of military and the authority and the decision making. So we end up suffering. So the solution, and we also recommended this, we would like to have a referendum. Let the people choose what they want freely, willingly. Then if we choose to say we want to be one united team, let it be through a referendum. That's what the Biafra are crying for. That's what the Uganda population are crying for. The Tigrayans are crying for, and so on everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Let me kindly remind all of us that you can also put your recommendations in the chat. And for those of us, I know a lot of very important issues are being raised, a lot of concerns are being raised. You can also send these concerns directly to the Office of the Special Rapporteur, and I believe they will attend to them. So I entreat you to do so either through the chat or send them directly to the Office of the Special Rapporteur. Thank you. Now we have Ali Al-Nuami. You have the floor, please, if you can hear me. Ali, can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect, perfect. Yes, I'm not going to take that much from your time. Just recommendations for the Iraqi government regarding the Yazidis women with ISIS kids. The Iraqi government to give some special rights for such cases to be registered under the mom's names, which is the only guardian for the baby. The Iraqi constitution must be civil and not linked to any particular region. The minorities in Iraq should have some candidates in the next election, because the minorities in Iraq who's living in Iraq, actually, there is no any minorities. They are actually refugees and asylees in other countries, and now the law of election actually prevent them from voting in the next election. So they must have some candidates to represent them in the coming election. And finally, the constitution of Iraq must be or reflect practically the diversity and the minority without discrimination. And the media should be fairly supporting the diversity by highlighting the minorities' right and population, cultures, and the importance. That's all I have to say, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ali. I'll now give the floor to Joseph Yohana. Joseph Yohana, you can make your point, please. Joseph Yohana, your mic is off, so can you unmute and make your intervention? If Joseph is not available, is he available? Then I'll now turn to Siyolwe Mupai Wabe.
Yes.
Okay, Joseph. All right, sorry. So I'll just give it to Joseph. I think we have him now. Joseph, can you hear me? Sorry, Joseph cannot. So I'll move on. Siyolwe Mukawe Wabe, please,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Good morning, Excellencies. Sabah al-Khair. Bonjour, tout le monde. I'm calling from Mexico for the Barotse National Freedom Alliance. I'm the chairperson. I'm reminded of a proverb from Africa. If you climb up a tree, you must climb down the same tree. And in our conversations about the roots of all of our conflicts, which are rooted in the Berlin Treaty and the Treaty of Versailles, we have to keep that in mind when we're discussing all of these problems. That nation system that was created by the colonial corporate interests, in Barotse land, we can trace that back to the British South Africa Company. And this has paralyzed our people. And these trade companies, these early corporations have paralyzed all of the global South. And we must dismantle and align and realign our identity, realign our borders. And that's a huge, huge endeavor. But what we would like for Barotse land is I would like to corroborate the suggestion by Aya Mana about having intervention of international bodies together with BNFA to monitor and provide periodic reports to the Human Rights Committee or on a triannual basis on the actualization of Barotse land's right to exercise self-determination. We would like to respect the provisions of international conventions of which the Republic of Zambia is a party, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter and the ICCPR. We'd like to extend an invitation to the UN Special Rapporteur, Dr. Varenne, particularly to the Special Rapporteur also of the Human Rights Defenders, Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression, Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Assembly and Association, regarding the implementation of the national and international legal instruments to guarantee the respect and respect the above mentioned human rights provisions. Finally, we'd like to sign the Permanent Court of Arbitration submission to allow impartial arbitration to peacefully determine the status of Barotse land following the Zambian government's unilateral abrogation of the Barotse Land Agreement of 1969. Barotseland's declaration of self-determination and self-rule in 2012, and Zambia's continued occupation to Barotseland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Now, let me now give the floor to Gordien Benjamin Jermayi. You have the floor.
Much. One second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, due to the technical problems, I wasn't able to deliver my message properly in the previous session, but I want to repeat it here again. My name is Gordien Benjamin Jermayi. I'm here on behalf of Hangav Human Rights Organization that observes human rights violations in Iranian Kurdistan. The state of Iran has a long history of oppressing minorities, especially the Kurdish people. Kurds, as the third largest population in Iran, are stripped of from their very basic rights. Yesterday, on behalf of Hangav Human Rights Organization, I mentioned the Kulbar issues and the execution of Kurdish civilians by Iran. Today, I would like to mention the Kurdish linguistic and religious issues as well. Iran has banned learning and education in mother tongues for non-Persian speaking minorities inside Iran. This has created many problems for minorities in education and social life. Also, I want to mention that Faili and Yarsani Kurds, as two groups of religious minorities within the Kurdish society, are also stripped of from their basic rights. They are still not officially recognized by Iran. Therefore, they face the worst kinds of atrocities and injustice based on their religious beliefs. Their religious buildings and shrines get destroyed. They're also forced into converting into Islam. As a Kurdish activist, I want to address the issues Kurdish people face in northern Syria. Turkey, alongside jihadists, illegally invaded and occupied the majority Kurdish cities of Afrin in 2018, Tel Abyad and Ras Al Ain in 2019 in northern Syria. Hundreds of thousands of Kurds have become displaced. Thousands villages belonging to Kurds and Yazidis have been destroyed. Thousands of acres of olive orchards have been burnt down. Hundreds of civilians have also been kidnapped by jihadists. Also, thousands of jihadists and their families have been settled in houses belonging to Kurds in these cities. Turkey is committing an ethnic cleansing in that region, and it must be stopped. United Nations must use all its mechanisms to protect the lives and rights of Kurds, Armenians, Assyrians, and other ethnic groups living in that region. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I'll turn to Enboladai, Balochistan People's Party. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Frank. And I spoke yesterday too about the situation in Balochistan, and today we'll discuss about what is the problem that we have in Iran, as was mentioned by my Kurdish colleagues. In Iran, we have different articles in its constitution, which is basically make Iran an apartheid country, where you have the articles against women, and Article 15 of the Constitution, which says that women cannot become president, or other articles that are completed that that women are not equal to the man. And in Article 12, which says that Iranian language, official language is Persian, and other languages are respected, but there is no mechanism to implement and to support them. And of course, we have Iranian supreme leader, and this has been it has been showing an attitude and the implementation of all laws in Iran. Actually, in Iran, apartheid system is embedded in many levels, and that's why we think the transition to democracy in Iran and minority rights in Iran is very difficult. And that's why we think that, of course, the United Nations had some reports mentioned that Iran constitution and its way of conducting its own people is kind of racistic. And that should be, I think, United Nations pay attention to this situation, particularly the situation that we have in Balochistan, that daily we are seeing that Baloch youth are being killed and arrested. And well, of course, we see that even they are selling part of Balochistan to India, to China, without any consent by for the indigenous people or any benefit to the indigenous people. And we ask those government too, to make sure that if they have any contract with Iran, they make sure that the local community gets some benefits from those, not to be again marginalized by Iran itself and then marginalized by China or by India. So that's we are now facing in that situation in new colonialism. As was mentioned, this situation would not prevent conflict in that region. I think the conflict in the region would become very violent if Iranian government's policies in areas like Balochistan and other regions is continued in the same way. We will get another civil war in Iran, and I think it's very important that United Nations in a discussion with Iranian opposition groups discuss how they are going to support the minority right, what kind of implementation mechanism, not only this government, because we have to see that Iran is in a juncture where the change will come, and that change should be somehow work for the people too, not only again coming for the benefit the dominant nation or dominant groups, like we had it in Myanmar. We saw that a prize winner of the peace prize winner, how under her government, how things went wrong there. And this could go wrong in Iran too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I kindly request that you stick to the 2 minutes time limit. There are quite a number of people who would like to make a comment. I'll now turn to Mr. Abdusalam Nagem. Mr. Abdusalam Nagem, you have the floor, please.
شكرا على إعطاء الكلمة. نشكر المنظمين لهذا الملتقى. أنا أتحدث إليكم من ليبيا باسم منظمة ميثاق للمصالحة والسلم الأهلي. حقيقة نحن في ليبيا خرجنا من حرب منذ أكثر من 10 سنوات كان لها دور في انتهاكات لحقوق الإنسان بسبب انتشار السلاح بين المدنيين، وصل إلى حوالي تقريبا 2 مليون سلاح منتشرة في الأحياء وفي المدن الليبية. وأيضا هناك تهجير لبعض سكان المناطق سواء داخليا أو خارجيا. نحن حقيقة نطالب، ومن حقنا أن نطالب الأمم المتحدة بأن تساعدنا في عملية نزع السلاح أولا، وأيضا تساعدنا في ملف عودة المهجرين الليبيين في الداخل والخارج، وأيضا برضو نعول على الأمم المتحدة في أن تكون بجانبنا في برنامج المصالحة الوطنية من خلال التجارب الدولية التي خاضتها الأمم المتحدة. نحن كمنظمة مجتمع مدني من ليبيا نمد أيدينا إليكم لأجل مساعدتنا، ونحن على استعداد لتنظيم ورش عمل أو ندوات خاصة بليبيا. وشكرا.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I'll turn to Nauman Kaid Al-Hutaifi to make his contribution. Nauman Kaid.
أسمعك. معك تسمعوني؟ تسمعونني؟
Yes.
بالتأكيد شكرا لكم لإتاحة لي الفرصة للحديث مرة أخرى. فقط أنا أذكر المقرر المعني الأقليات بأننا نحن في اليمن كغيرنا من السود في العالم في المنطقة العربية نعاني من التمييز على أساس اللون، على أساس لوننا. كما قالت إحدى الأخوات في أنه السود في العراق، نحن أيضا نعاني نفس الإشكالية كالسود في اليمن. نحن 3 مليون مواطن في اليمن، لكننا لا نحظى بتمثيل سياسي لا برلماني ولا في مؤسسات الدولة سواء العسكرية المدنية والعسكرية والقضائية. أيضا نحن لا نحظى بشروط محاكمة عادلة عندما يتم اغتصاب نسائنا، لا يتم القصاص لهن بمرتكبي اغتصاب. أيضا قتلانا لا يتم أيضا القصاص لنا عندما يقتلنا رجل أبيض، لا يتم القصاص لنا. نحن في اليمن نعاني من عنصرية مزدوجة، عنصرية ثقافية اجتماعية وعنصرية السلطة وعنصرية الحكومات والمؤسسات الرسمية في اليمن. وبالتالي أيضا أنا أحث المقرر المعني هنا في هذه الجدة فرصة إنه اليمن اليوم هناك مشاورات لحل السلام، ومبعوثي الأمم المتحدة وبكل أسف وبأسف أعبر عن أسف الشديد نحن لم يتم الاستماع إلينا ولا الاستماع لأصواتنا من قبل مبعوثي الأمم المتحدة في اليمن، بل نحن يتم إيكال مهمة تمثيل أصواتنا لمن يمارس علينا التمييز العنصري أساسا في اليمن. ويعني نحن نعاني وضع مؤسف في اليمن حقيقة. 3 مليون ما زالوا هناك مننا عبيد في اليمن، ما زالوا يتم التعامل معهم على أنهم عبيد في بعض مناطق اليمن. أيضا نحن اليوم نواجه تصفية عرقية. اليوم الحوثيين أخذوا كثير من أبنائنا وأطفالنا لجبهات القتال، بل من ينجو منهم في الجبهات يتم قتلهم من قبل الحوثيين أنفسهم. نحن نعاني إشكالية الحقيقة. نحن لم تتعرض طائفة في الوطن العربي، طائفة أو أقلية عرقية كما تعرضت له السود في اليمن. نحن مواطنين من الدرجة السابعة.
Thank you, Nuaman. Thank you, Nuaman. Thank you for your contribution. I'll now give the floor to S. Salako. S. Salako Ilana.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. There's 3 points I want to make. I want to refer to the presentation given by Dr. Wale Adeboye. I think it's disingenuous to say that it's a perception that people have about how they're treated in Nigeria. I'm sure he doesn't say that it's a perception of the millions that have died over the years for Nigeria. I also think it's a disingenuous to say memory is a burden. Again, I'm sure he didn't mean it the way it came out. Finally, to confirm what my colleague from Barotseland said, the problem we have in Africa is that 1884 conference that divided us with no regard to who we are, ethnic nationalities, our languages and cultures. And the only way, and what I would hope that the UN will do at some point is, the only way we're going to get back to any semblance of peace is when the people decide. The voice of the people is the voice of God. The people must decide. And one of the ways that people can decide, which I hope, which I'm sure will eventually happen, is through a referendum. The people, as I said, the voice of the people is the voice of God, and the people must decide. Colonialists dividing pieces of land, people's land, as if it was a cake, cannot and will not be legitimate in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I'll now turn to Jay Adaza. Jay Adaza, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I stand on existing protocol. Hello, am I heard?
I hear you.
Okay, thank you. I stand in existing protocol. I've listened to speakers from the African continent since yesterday and today. And so far, somebody who got close to what I wanted to say is the professor of law from Ghana, Kawoduo. I want to make a statement. The word minority rights does not reflect in any of the African Charter. And we are all on minority rights forum, particularly right now. Is it not time for the African Charter to include this terminology, minority rights, in its charter? Because everybody seems to be talking about minority rights. So at what point they recognize minority rights, but fail to recognize it in the charter itself? Some of us, we don't have this reflecting on our constitution. So it makes it difficult for human rights activists to fight for these people's right, to upheld these people's right, when you fail to recognize them in the appropriate books that could be used to hold people responsible for violating their rights. So I think it's high time the UN now try to redefine the definition of minority right in the context that it will be acceptable to the African Charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I think your concern was addressed by the Vice Chairperson of the Africa Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I'm sure when we give him the chance to speak, he will comment on that. Thank you very much. I'll now turn to Joseph Yohana. Joseph Yohana, you have the floor.
Yes, I am back. Thank you, Frank. I'm really sorry for the whole miscommunication that happens earlier. In 2 minutes, there is a problem with a sense of belonging. We need from, let's say in Middle East, there has been for the last 18 years, the focus has been the belonging to the ethnicities. We need to have the belonging goes back to the countries. If we can do that, that would be amazing as one of the recommendations. Government should also require the government to apologize for all the mistake that's been happening. The governments in Middle East, especially Iraq, for all the contribution that happened and for cleansing the minorities inside Iraq. Number 2 of my discussions is going to be about the legislations. Currently, there is coming up elections happening. 3/4 of the Christians, minorities, or Sabia, or Kakais, or Shabak, they are all outside of Iraq. And the constitution are saying that there is no elections right or voting outside the country. That means there is a systematic political issue reducing the rights of minorities to be having a voice, political voice inside the Iraq in the coming years. And that's need to be recommended in the United Nations, so we can work around that. Also, another point I'd like to highlight is the transparency. There's a problem with the NGOs. Many of the NGOs that are working inside Iraq, these NGOs are trying to lobby and keep manipulating the rights of IDPs inside the country. NGOs need to work more transparent with the community. They need to build the capacity of the minorities, not only using minorities for extra funding for the coming years. There is a corruption, and the victims are the minorities because they are under the pressure of the government's cleansing system and under the pressure of the NGOs not doing the right thing. Thank you very much, and I hope the conference was a good platform to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I invite the last 2 comments, let me read a message I received directly from Mauricio Mitchell, Minority Fellow of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Colombia. And the message reads that in recent years, a growing illegal migration has been observed, especially of Afro-descendant people from African countries and some places in Asia, usually minorities, to countries in America. They use the northeast of Colombia as a point of entry to Central America and the United States, with many tragedies in the way, in particular girls, boys, women, and pregnant women. Now from that, she's asking, what would be recommended so that this situation could be carried out under dignified and legal conditions? And how can we set up and deliver alternatives in the original countries to prevent conflict so that these migrants can have better conditions and enjoy their human rights in their original countries and decline to continue this risky and near deadly option? So thank you very much for your comment, Mauricio Mitchell. I'll now turn to Concerned Igbo Youth. You have the floor. Are you there? Can you hear me? Concerned Igbo Youth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. And my contribution is just to chime in on what Alex Kigundu and Salako had said. And Dr. Wale kind of touched on the issues concerning Nigeria. And I'm going to use Nigeria as a case point. Most of these colonial guys, and you can attribute most of the conflicts in Africa to how countries were created at colonialism and whatnot. And what can either resolve this issue, because it's going to continue for centuries if it's not resolved and attended to as a matter of importance, especially Nigeria. Like Nigeria, there are 2 options for Nigeria. It's either the current government changes what it's called as a federating unit right now, because we're calling our system of government as federating unit, but in reality it's a unitary system. Everyone knows that. It's either they reconstitute the constitution and that's going to quell most of the agitations, or they just go to a referendum to determine if all of these tribes want to still continue living as one, because Nigeria is just existing in unity on paper, but in reality, there's actually no unity. The Biafrans, which is my people, are wanting to leave, and now the Yorubas I also wanted to leave, and this is going to be a recurring theme if this is not really addressed as a matter of, urgency. So I really implore the United Nations to kind of intervene in most African nations to see how this can be addressed. And this would really resolve most of the immigration problems, the conflicts where people kind of lose lives on a daily basis, just, due to the oppressions most people or minorities face here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We now have only 5 minutes to conclude this session. And unless I get any indication that it could be extended, I would like to give the opportunity back to our panel of experts so that they can give their final comments before we draw the session to a close. That will mean that we have 2 people who would like to make a contribution that may not be able to do so because of the time constraints. So my sincere apologies for that. Let me give the floor to our panel of experts. Is Honorable Lumbu here? If Honorable Lumbu is not here, I'll give the floor to Dr. Basma Habib. Your final comment, please.
نعم، فقط أردت الإشارة إلى نقطة مهمة جدا، وهي ما طبعا الوقت لم يسعف للتحدث بشكل مفصل عن وضع الأقليات في العراق، لأن تعرفون الوضع معقد جدا والمكونات كثيرة والأقليات الدينية والقومية أيضا كثيرة ومشاكلهم أيضا كثيرة. كنت أتمنى أن يخصص يوم كامل لهذه المجال. الجهود الحكومية، أكو جهود حكومية في محاولة حل بعض المشاكل، ولكن طبعا أغلب الجهود تجابه بمشاكل اقتصادية ومادية، لأن كما تعرفون التعويض المادي مهم جدا لما تعرض له الأقليات من ظروف صعبة وما تعرضوا له من مسائل لها علاقة بتدمير بيوتهم والبنى التحتية لمدنهم، فالتخصيصات المالية ضرورية جدا، وأيضا تعويض الضحايا لما تعرضوا له من جراء. لحد الآن الإجراءات الحكومية بطيئة جدا في هذا المجال، ولكن هناك عمل عليها، ولكن كما ذكرت ليس بالمستوى المطلوب. وكما ذكرت مشكلة الأقليات مشكلة معقدة في العراق. أتمنى أن تخصصون جلسة خاصة بهذا المجال. أحد الأخوة طرحوا مسألة الانتماء. طبعا مسألة الانتماء والهوية مهمة جدا في العراق. لحد الآن الانتماء الوطني ضعيف جدا لدى أغلب المكونات. الانتماء للهوية الفرعية أكبر بكثير من الانتماء للهوية الوطنية، وهذا يجب على الحكومة وعلى الجامعات أن تعمل بشكل جدي في هذا المجال. احنا عندنا قبل سنوات كان هناك استفتاء في إقليم كردستان، وتقريبا 93% من الأكراد صوتوا لنعم للانفصال، وهذا خطر جدا. كان يجب على الحكومة العراقية قبل أن ترفض النتيجة أن تقوم بدراسة أسباب التي تدعو المواطن الكردي بأنه يشعر بأنه يجب أن ينفصل. وكذلك أيضا هذا يتفق تماما مع القوميات والأخرى. يجب إيجاد حل جذري لهذه النزاعات الموجودة، ومحاولة إشعار المواطن بأنه ينتمي. طبعا احترام الهوية الفرعية مهمة جدا من خلال إعطاء الحقوق لهذه المكونات الموجودة وإشعارهم بأنهم مواطنين درجة أولى، وبالتالي كتحصيل حاصل أكيد المواطن في النهاية يشعر بأنه مواطن ويشعر بانتماء الوطني للبلد الذي يعيش. وشكرا.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that we can take the 2 comments from the participants. We have a little bit more time. So before I come back to Dr. Adeboye, let me give the floor to Abdulrahman Mohammed, whose hand is still up. So Abdulrahman Mohammed, you can make your comment, please. Is Abdurrahman Mohammed on?
Yeah, yes, on.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Thanks for the coordinator and all the member of the forum. Just from East Africa Minority Youth Group. Just especially, I would like to focus on what is happening in Ethiopia in the minority groups. The minority groups are daily facing executed, displaced, getting burned their home, face rape, and so on, especially within these last 3 years. So that there is also, again, while they are fighting for their rights, for their exercise, just again, in between there is also some large ethnic groups, also the one that they are coordinating these minority groups, bringing together to exercise their rights, their democratization in federal system in Ethiopia, and bringing together them to exercise their rights. Because of they are coordinating and holding these minority groups, they are facing attack, excluded from the election, and facing attack even in the public, getting public execution, and also their leaders are thrown in the jail, like Oromo groups. Oromo in nature have their natural or cultural democratic system, what it means, Gada system. That Gada system is holding all minorities together like their own communities and making them to exercise their rights. So that as my ideology, when we say minority is by not only by number, but also by dominance. The community that fighting for the minority is also facing difficulties and discrimination and getting executed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let me now turn to Dr. Adeboye to make some final remarks. Your mic, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, time is never a friend when you are on such a platform like this, and so many people will have to have their say. But when I mentioned that the Nigerian state must deal with minority concerns in ways that the minority memory becomes a correctional tool for the future and not a source of fear. What I was saying by implication was that Nigeria must be prepared to redefine its existence as a nation. That one is not in doubt in any conversation when you're talking about minority issues in the country. Oh, and that can be in form of referendum, constitutional amendments, devolution of power from the central, or whatever other mechanism that needs to be done. So at the heart of that is the fact that we must recognize the issue of marginalization that is existing at the grassroots level of minority issues in the country. And this must be part of what we should be looking at in terms of coalescing, recommendation of the UN Special Rapporteur. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adeboye. Let me now turn to Ayamana, who also has a final remarks to make. Aya?
Yes, thank you again. I have just one more point to add is about the NGOs that were had shortage of funding due to the Corona year, and many NGOs in Israel have been shuttered, or a lack of budget caused them to fire people who are working on, as my colleagues stated before, dissemination of information, collecting data, and helping our minority and bringing the voices to the international arena. So I would just wanted to add that this is an important issue that we should keep in mind to help the NGOs survive after the Corona year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aya. Honorable Remy has just joined us. Honorable Remy, can you please give us your final comments before we draw the session to a close? Okay, it seems Honorable Remy is having connection issues. Can you hear me, Honorable Remy?
Oui, je vous entends. Il y a des questions sur moi. J'attendais les questions avant de partir.
So I think there was one of the major issues raised was the issue of defining minorities within the African Charter and within the African context, which I think you mentioned in your presentation. So if you would like to reiterate that point, and then you give us your final remarks.
Oui, comme j'ai eu à vous le dire, la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples n'a pas défini la question des minorités parce qu'elle n'était pas prise en charge effectivement par le père fondateur de ce document, de la Charte dont on fêtera bientôt l'anniversaire. Maintenant, cette question relève du groupe de travail sur le peuple autochtone, qui est une autre forme de minorité. Mais maintenant, la Commission africaine, consciente de ce qu'elle ne peut pas laisser de côté la question des minorités pendant longtemps, vient d'élargir le mandat, comme je vous ai dit, depuis août 2020, c'est encore récent, il n'y a pas encore une année, vient d'élargir ce mandat-là pour qu'il s'occupe aussi des questions des minorités. Et lorsque vous avez suivi mon intervention par rapport à cette question, par rapport aux compétences nouvelles qui sont accordées au groupe de travail sur les minorités, j'ai bien dit que la commission avait, entre autres, le groupe de travail avait, entre autres, pour compétence, la compétence numéro 3, entreprendre des études sur les questions des minorités. Entreprendre des études sur les questions des minorités. C'est une fois que ces études seront entreprises, commandées, initiées par la commission avec l'appui des partenaires, que les commissaires, que l'Afrique va avoir une vue d'ensemble de ce qu'on appelle minorité. Mais j'ai bien précisé, ceci ne signifie pas que les minorités n'ont pas encore une définition en droit international des droits de l'homme. Il y a quantité de définitions au niveau des Nations Unies qui seront pour nous une source d'inspiration parce que l'Afrique ne va pas inventer une nouvelle définition, mais simplement elle va chercher à avoir une définition qui correspond à sa situation locale parce qu'il n'y a pas deux Afriques, il n'y a qu'une seule Afrique. Il n'y a qu'une seule Afrique. Donc, la situation des minorités en Afrique sera définie. Il y a du bruit, hein, parce que la situation des minorités en Afrique sera définie conformément aux réalités et aux cultures africaines. Il faut bien qu'on s'entende là-dessus. Donc, c'est pour cette raison que dans la conclusion, ce qui va encore refaire la conclusion, parce que vous me parlez des conclusions, dans notre conclusion, dans ma conclusion, c'est de dire l'Afrique est ouverte, elle a besoin des partenaires, rapporteur spécial des Nations Unies, tous les autres partenaires qui ont contribué à ce que nous puissions avoir ces journées importantes de réflexion, puissent se joindre à elle dans les réflexions, dans les études, dans les séminaires, dans toutes les activités de promotion des droits de l'homme pour qu'ensemble, l'Afrique aussi puisse se prendre en charge par rapport à cette question. Ma seule recommandation, je n'en ai pas 3 parce que j'ai eu un mail comme quoi il fallait envoyer 2 ou 3 recommandations, c'est que nous sommes ouverts. Je ne suis pas le président de ce groupe de travail, c'est une autre collègue qui est Madame Alexia Mesbouri, qui est la présidente de ce groupe de travail, elle est des Seychelles. Je lui porterai le message comme quoi, même si je suis vice-président de cet organe, il y a lieu d'espérer, parce que nous avons lancé un appel au nom de ce groupe de travail pour que les autres partenaires puissent se joindre à nous et qu'ensemble, on continue à travailler comme on l'a fait pour les peuples autochtones. On doit le faire également pour les minorités et faire avancer cette cause. C'est l'unique recommandation. Doors are opened, si je peux dire ça en anglais, and you are welcome in Africa. Inside the African Commission of Human and People's Rights. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Honorable Remy. And with that, we conclude this section. I would like to humbly thank our panel of experts, Honorable Remy, Dr. Habib, Dr. Adiboye, and Ayamana, for sharing your insights with us. We really appreciate your contributions and your expertise. And I would like to kindly request that you send your recommendations to Nicoletta or to Sean, and they will be happy to collate them. And to you, our participants, I thank you so much for your active participation. and especially for the respectful manner in which you made your contributions. I really appreciate that. So thank you very much. And I'll now hand over to Dr. Varenne to take over from here. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Many thanks, Mr. Okiari. We now come to the end of the thematic sessions and the interactive dialogue parts of this regional forum for Africa and the Middle East. We had some very powerful messages and insights in this final session from Iraq, from Nigeria, from Israel, as well as good news on positive developments at the African Commission with the recognition of minorities as a legitimate concern or area of action in Africa with the working group of the Commission. We all know, and I certainly have retained the message, we all know that the divvying up of Africa by colonial powers is at the root of many of today's tensions and challenges, because the borders, well, one of the reasons, the borders of modern states in Africa have little connection with the demographic, ethnic, and cultural reality on the ground. How can we try to protect at least a little bit better some of the most vulnerable groups and marginalized groups in these countries, including individuals, by using international human rights law is one of the concerns, the main concerns, when we talk about minority rights, or the human rights of minority, as I would say. There's no ideal world. The United Nations is not a perfect organization either. But what we do have, at least, I would suggest to you, is one possible tool when we refer to the human rights of minorities. It's not the perfect solution, but it is sometimes possible to protect some individuals, some groups, by using the mechanisms and the standards that these provide. We will now have a 1 hour lunch break before returning to enter into the last phase of this regional forum, with the presentation of the draft recommendations that have emanated from this forum and even previous to the forum, and with all of the discussions and consultations that we've had. And we will be explaining after the lunch break the process and the outcomes to be expected from this regional forum, with the recommendations also that will be finalized in the next phase of this regional forum. So we will therefore be returning at 4 p.m. Geneva time, 5 hours earlier in Eastern Canada, where I am currently located. So therefore, let's all return in 1.5 hours. And as we say in French, bon appétit et au plaisir de vous revoir sous peu. We'll see you soon after the lunch break. Goodbye. Merci.
Hello?
Evelyn and Marcus, can you please check your videos and your audio, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, both good. Thank you. So we start at 4 o'clock.
Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of this first Africa-Middle East Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants through the Zoom share screen function. This will be only viewable in English. However, simultaneous interpretation will be available when the recommendations are read out. Participants who wish to comment on a specific recommendation should send their comments via the Zoom chat function, specifying the number of the recommendation. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. This will be then made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage on the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on the website www.minorityforum.info following the regional forum. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne to introduce the recommendations.
Köszönöm. Merci beaucoup, Evelyn. Excellencies, distinguished participants, experts, and guests, bienvenue tout le monde. Welcome back, everyone. The end is near. During much of yesterday and today, what happened was that the members of the Tom Lantos Institute and others that are connected with my mandate have been working in the background to translate, assess, analyze, collate, summarize, and finally draft the recommendations which will be read to you in the next hour. Just to explain perhaps a bit more in terms of process. The sources of the recommendations are the various experts that we've had here, the moderators, the interventions and written submissions of recommendations that were made by you and others also, even prior to and during, of course, the regional forum. So all of those actually are the sources, what actually has led to the preparation of what we will call right now the drafts of the recommendations. So all of those were collated, were brought together by the organizers, mainly the Tom Lantos Institute and their team, and my own team also with my mandate. This will be the list of recommendations which you will be hearing and seeing in a few moments. The process involved in a way also removing a number of them. There were duplicates, recommendations that repeated the same thing. Some recommendations were excluded in a sense that they did not deal with minorities or they did not deal with the theme of this regional forum, and therefore they were not appropriate for this process. The Tom Lantos Institute team and members of my team tried to put together, if you will, the recommendations that were related, that shared, if you will, the same theme in different clusters to actually provide a kind of coherence to the very large number of recommendations which you'll be hearing, as I said, in a few moments. I, as Special Rapporteur, will have the ultimate say over the final form and set of recommendations. And this has to be explained because it is I, as Special Rapporteur, as independent expert for the United Nations on minorities, who will be presenting these recommendations officially and formally, if you will, to the United Nations Human Rights Council in my annual report to the Council in Geneva in March of next year, March of 2022. As Evelyn also mentioned earlier, these recommendations will also be used and will be available on the website of my mandate at the United Nations, at the website of the Tom Lantos Institute, which Evelyn referred to. they will be available and referred to before the organization, and will be considered also at the time of the 14th United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which will be held in Geneva in early December. Now, just to make sure this is clear, there are this year 4 regional forums. We had a regional forum already in the Americas, which was held in April, which also produced a significant number of very well-based, very solid recommendations, recommendations that are appropriate for the context of the Americas, which is obviously quite different from other regions of the world. We are also preparing and we're completing the recommendations that are appropriate for the context in Africa and the Middle East. And we will have in September the Asia Pacific Regional Forum, and then in October a regional forum for Europe. All of these 4 regional forums, very different parts of the world, very different contexts, will produce their own set of recommendations, which will enrich the recommendations or the discussion which will be held in Geneva in terms of the 14th Forum on Minority Issues of the United Nations in December. And eventually all of those will be taken into account, as I said, as part of my, my annual report to the United Nations Human Rights Council. And eventually, as a final or one of the final outcomes of this process, eventually, I hope that we will be able to use all of these recommendations once they've been presented to the United Nations Human Rights Council as part of my report, to hopefully prepare practical guidelines or a practical guide on peace through justice in protecting the human rights of minorities in order to help prevent violent conflicts. That, in a nutshell, presents to you the process which will be continuing in the months to come and even into next year. I will stop there for now and give the floor back to Evelyn from the Tom Lantos Institute to introduce Marcus for the next steps of the process. Thank you.
Thank you for this introduction, Dr. De Veren. And now I give the floor to Marcus Soda to introduce the recommendations. I would like to remind all participants, if they wish to make a comment, to do so in the Zoom chat function. Now, Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evelyn and Fernand, for explaining the recommendation process. I'm now going to share my screen and hopefully you'll be able to see. Sorry, I think the host needs to enable the share screen function.
Thank you, Marcus. It should be available.
Okay, you should be able to see the recommendations now, and I'll begin presenting them, starting with the recommendations pertaining to norms, structures, and implementation of human rights, minority rights, and indigenous rights. Number 1, the United Nations should establish high-level mechanisms or fora on minority issues, including for the region of Africa and the Middle East, similar to existing structures on indigenous issues, such as the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Number 2, the UN Special Procedures and the OHCHR should continue to hold yearly regional minorities forums, including online, to allow for greater regional participation from NGO participants and other individuals who often lack the resources to attend in-person conferences in Geneva, and a proliferation of ideas on how to solve ongoing regional conflicts and prevent them before they start. Number 3, the UN should continue to support the establishment of a voluntary fund for minority issues to facilitate the participation of minority representatives in relevant UN bodies and mechanisms. Number 4, all UN special procedures mandate holders should mainstream minority and indigenous rights into their mandates and work in consultation with members of those communities. Number 5, the UN should establish a mechanism that systematically monitors hate crimes and incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence in accordance with Article 20, subparagraph 2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, including a hate crimes reporting mechanisms or a new special procedures mandate on hate-based human rights violations. Number 6, all UN treaty bodies should endorse and implement the Guidelines Against Intimidation or Reprisals, also known as the San Jose Guidelines, and permit requests from individuals or groups to provide information to the relevant treaty body in a confidential manner to prevent intimidation and reprisals. Number 7, regional organizations and mechanisms such as the African Union should implement existing minority and indigenous rights frameworks in their work. Number 8, the UN system and regional bodies should support intercultural dialogue and information exchanges between states, minorities, indigenous peoples to achieve full realization of their rights, including the rights to autonomy and self-determination in the case of indigenous peoples. Number 9, UN regional offices should offer technical assistance to civil society and representatives of minorities and indigenous peoples on bringing cases of violations of their rights to the attention of UN human rights bodies. Number 10, states should sign, ratify, and or accede to all international conventions and declarations relating to the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, including the ILO Convention 169, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the optional protocols to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and adopt and implement the necessary measures to adequately respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples at the national, subnational, and local levels. Number 11, states should adopt legislation incorporating the human rights of minorities as provided for by international law. Domestic courts should enforce national legislation related to the protection of minority rights in their jurisprudence. Number 12, states should implement decisions and recommendations adopted by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and other regional and sub-regional mechanisms as they relate to conflict and minority rights. Number 13, states should regularly report on their obligations to protect the human rights of minorities and indigenous peoples in their reports to the Universal Periodic Review Mechanism. States should implement all voluntary pledges, recommendations, and comments made during Universal Periodic Review. Number 14, states should promote the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Number 15, states should implement recommendations made by the UN Forum and regional forums on minority issues through, for example, the support of national human rights institutions. Number 16, states should work with local government authorities, municipal elected officials, and grassroots level minority organizations on the importance of recognizing the respect and rights of minorities, cultural diversity, and conflict. Number 17, mutually agreed formalized mechanisms for intercultural dialogue between states, indigenous peoples, and minority groups should be established.
Let me stop you here, Marcus, for a second to explain it to the participants that they can recommend changes to these draft recommendations by using the Zoom chat function. So please, everyone, who have comments on any of these recommendations, put your comments into the chat box referring to the specific number of the recommendation. Thank you. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. I'm now going to continue with the recommendations under the theme of equality, non-discrimination, and intersectionality. Number 18, states should introduce comprehensive anti-discrimination or equalities laws, which critically align with human rights standards those enumerated in ICCPR and ICE-SCR Article 2 and ICERT Article 1. Number 19, states should amend national constitutions or domestic legislation that clearly institutionalize discrimination against minorities and enshrine the dominance of one ethnic, religious, or linguistic majority over others. Society should be inclusive of the diversity of its population and, at the very least, constitutionally and legally acknowledge the presence and equal dignity of all minorities on the territory and should not exclude any specific minority from such recognition. Number 20, legal and policy reforms relating to anti-discrimination must be led by participatory processes, including affected minority groups. Ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic diversity and inclusive practice during these processes is essential. Number 21, states should establish national human rights institutions, equality bodies, or ombudsman offices to ensure the regular implementation and monitoring of anti-discrimination legislation. Such institutions should ensure the effective participation of minorities and their organizations, including at the grassroots level, in monitoring mechanisms and practices. Number 22, states should guarantee the sustained implementation of affirmative action programs until equality for ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities is achieved, as outlined under ICERD. Number 23, states should ensure that law and policy reforms are accompanied by educational programs and awareness-raising campaigns to address deep-rooted prejudice and biases in relation to minority groups and to ensure that legal and policy reforms are implemented and have societal support. States should ensure the necessary commitment and funding to develop such campaigns and educational programs. The UN and relevant regional international organizations should ensure the provision of adequate technical assistance and financing to assist states which lack the resources to develop and implement such programs. Number 24, states should promote respect for minority groups and protect them from stigmatization and hate speech in the public sphere in accordance with international human rights standards. The next theme is recognizing and accommodating ethnocultural and religious diversity. Number 25, states should recognize, including in constitutions, ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, and incorporate respect for such diversity in law, policy, and in the practice of state institutions, in line with international standards enshrined in the UNDM and the UNDRIP. The localization and implementation of relevant international human rights law should take into account the colonial history and legacy of these regions where non-recognition of ethnocultural diversity was often coupled with anti-discrimination approaches favoring assimilation and homogenization. For the attainment of pluralist societies, anti-discrimination approaches should be complemented with the protection and promotion of the existence, equality, identity, and effective participation of minorities and the internal self-determination in the case of Indigenous peoples. Number 26, states should promote the religions and cultural heritage of minorities and Indigenous peoples and protect them from identity-based discrimination, hostility, and violence. Number 27, states should consider employing territorial autonomy arrangements and other forms of power sharing arrangements that take account of the traditional presence of concentrated minority populations as a means of efficiently providing added guarantees of equality and non-discrimination for minorities, and to better ensure the protection of their rights, particularly in relation to their effective participation and rights related to language, religion, or culture. Number 28, states should share good practices on recognizing, promoting, and managing ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity at the regional level. Number 29, states should recognize the equal dignity and rights of all and safeguard a person's privacy, particularly in violence-prone or post-conflict societies, in line with the right of those belonging to minorities to self-identify and whether to do so publicly or not. This should include not listing an individual's ethnic or religious affiliation in widely used public documents such as personal identity cards. Number 30, states should initiate legislative reform programs to ensure the recognition of religious, cultural, and linguistic diversity in their constitutions. This should include provisions for religious pluralism and recognition of the linguistic rights of minorities.
Let me stop you, Marcus, again to remind all participants that they can use the Zoom chat function to send their suggestions related to these recommendations. All of these comments will be collated and sent to the special rapporteur before he makes the final decision about the recommendations. Back to you, Marcus.
The next set of recommendations relates to the theme of ensuring effective participation in public, political, economic, social, and cultural life. Number 31, states should employ a holistic approach to peace building that includes the political, economic, and social empowerment of minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women, youth, and grassroots movements. Number 32, states should include minorities and indigenous peoples in constitutional drafting ratification committees. Number 33, states should ensure the effective participation of minorities and their representatives in the development, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies affecting them, including special measures. Historic discrimination, marginalization, and socioeconomic inequality experienced by minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women and youth, need to be addressed by these laws and policies. Number 34, states should guarantee the full voting rights and effective political participation of minorities and indigenous peoples. Number 35, states should ensure that sustainable economic development projects are inclusive and equitable with regard to minority and indigenous groups. Number 36, states should equitably distribute national wealth to remote regions, especially amongst minorities and indigenous peoples, and adopt inclusive economic strategies to prevent all forms of exclusion and discrimination. Number 37, states should fully harness and support young people's contribution to peace through investment in their capacities, redressing the structural barriers that limit youth participation in peace and security, and emphasizing partnerships and collaborative action where young people are viewed as essential partners for peace. Number 38, relevant United Nations agencies and offices should provide technical support to state institutional structures to ensure that minorities are represented in decision-making processes. The next theme of the recommendations is stateless and displaced minority and indigenous groups. Number 39, states should cease the practice of withdrawal of citizenship, particularly from ethnic and religious minorities, which renders them stateless and unable to exercise their citizenship and human rights. This practice exacerbates tensions and leads to instability and violence. Number 40, states should implement long-term economic programs, including subsidized housing programs and income-generating opportunities for displaced minority and indigenous communities in areas to where they are displaced and/or in areas to which they are returning. Number 41, the UN and states should facilitate the voluntary return of displaced minority groups to their homes by ensuring their physical security and that the necessary services are in place. Number 42, the UN and other international and regional organizations providing humanitarian aid during conflicts should use best methods and practices to ensure that minorities and indigenous peoples receive such aid on an equal basis. Education. Number 43, states should promote ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, including about minority culture, history, heritage, and their contributions to society in national curricula, and create institutions for cultural expressions of diversity. This could also include collaboration with relevant regional organizations in developing a region-wide educational campaign focused on the promotion of minority rights and values of diversity. Number 44, states should ensure equal access to education without discrimination, including for minority and indigenous communities, including by providing safe and affordable means of transportation for students to access educational institutions, especially in areas with large displaced minority communities. Number 45, states should provide formal and informal education, including in national curricula, about human and minority rights, including how protection and promotion of these rights can prevent conflict situations. Number 46, states should ensure that human and minority rights education equips minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women, to effectively exercise their rights.
Thank you, Marcus. Stopping you for the last time. I see a comment already came in related to one of the recommendations. We noted the comment, and I would like to encourage all of the other participants to also use this opportunity to send comments related to these recommendations so they could be taken into account before the final decision is made. Thank you. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. I'll now continue with the recommendations under the theme of land and environment. Number 47, states should put an end to policies resulting in the unlawful expropriation of property owned by minorities and indigenous peoples. When dealing with property disputes, minorities and indigenous peoples should enjoy equal access to judicial and law enforcement mechanisms. Legal decisions mandating the return of unlawfully expropriated properties should be enforced. Number 48, states should ensure protection of natural resources and the environment without discrimination, as the destruction or limitation of such resources can be a source of human rights violations and conflict, particularly in relation to minorities and indigenous peoples. Health. Number 49, states should ensure equal and non-discriminatory access to critical health services to avoid further marginalization of minorities and indigenous peoples, including displaced communities, which can also be a source of tension and conflict. Access to justice. Number 50. States should provide equal access to judicial systems and equality before the law, regardless of ethnicity, race, religion, or language. Number 51, states should address gaps in the legal system in relation to accountability for the commission of atrocities and hate crimes at the national level, including by creating independent investigative bodies and training prosecutors and judges. Number 52, states should introduce judicial and legislative reforms to ensure the prosecution of perpetrators of atrocity crimes, including violence targeting minority and indigenous communities and sexual violence targeting minority and indigenous women. Number 53, the UN and other international and regional organizations should provide technical and legislative assistance to states to make necessary reforms to legal systems, including criminal and criminal procedure laws and legal practices to ensure their compatibility with international human rights standards. Data collection. Number 54. Research, data collection, and consultations should be carried out in relation to atrocities against minorities to develop more specific early warning indicators. Number 55, the OHCHR should partner with local NGOs, including minority civil society organizations, to monitor and develop country reports on rights violations of minorities on a yearly basis. Media. Number 56, states must ensure freedom of the media, particularly in relation to reporting on human and minority rights violations and on conflicts. Number 57, civil society organizations should provide training for journalists about human and minority rights and unbiased coverage of conflicts, in particular ensuring that minority voices are also included. This is essential since the coverage of events and the minority label are such that stories are often told from the point of view of the majority. Number 58, journalists and media outlets should develop professional standards on reporting on conflicts involving minorities and indigenous peoples in line with existing international human rights, including minority and indigenous rights. Conflict prevention measures. Number 59, existing UN human rights mechanisms and bodies should mainstream a mass atrocity prevention framework into their work. This could include early human rights reporting by treaty bodies and special procedures, which links hateful intent with other violations to provide a clearer picture of systemic identity-based violence against minorities and other affected groups. Number 60, the UN should include more women mediators, peace envoys, special representatives, and special advisors to assist in conflict resolution and mediation in compliance with UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Number 61, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights should consider conducting a mission to states to deepen dialogue with their governments on various human rights issues affecting minorities and indigenous peoples in the country. Number 62, states should institute regional disarmament, small arms and weapons control, and conflict resolution processes in cooperation with regional neighbors where relevant. Number 63, regional and interstate cooperation between countries with interconnecting minority groups involved in regional conflicts should be encouraged. Number 64, states should urgently address ethnic-driven conflicts in the region through effective and genuine mediation and apply other methods that reinforce peaceful coexistence and resolution of conflicts. This should include government prioritization of addressing historic drivers of these conflicts, land ownership, denial of cultural and linguistic rights, political participation, and equality of socioeconomic opportunities by the minorities targeted or most affected by violent conflict. Number 65, states should recognize and publicly apologize for mass atrocities committed against minorities and indigenous peoples in their territories, including by creating processes for proper reconciliation and commemoration and effectively preventing recurrence. Effective participation of minorities and indigenous peoples in all of these processes is essential. Number 66, states should establish specific national mechanisms for the prevention of conflict, genocide, mass atrocity crimes, and all forms of discrimination. The membership of the mechanism should be diverse to include state and non-state actors with expertise in dealing with the rights of minorities and other marginalized groups. Number 67, states should establish peacemaking advisory bodies to advise conflict parties on conflict analysis, mediation, and negotiation skills to enable the effective and sustainable resolution of conflicts. The bodies should not just be representative of governments and armed non-state actors, but also affected minorities, indigenous groups, prominent political actors, and tribal groups where applicable. Number 68, the use of local traditional forms of conflict resolution and reconciliation mechanisms should be maintained, utilized, and encouraged in order to complement the existing judicial system. This should also include providing support to civil society organizations to enable them to mediate and settle intercommunal conflicts and build peaceful coexistence between diverse communities. Number 69, social media networks should provide warnings in the event of early signs of a conflict, such as online manifestations of hate speech against minorities and indigenous peoples. And that's the last one.
Thank you, Marcus, for presenting the recommendations. We now have the final list of recommendations from the Africa Middle East Regional Forum 2021. Thank you to everyone who has proposed recommendations and provided their input on the list. Following the closing session, the list will be finalized by the special rapporteur. Finally, I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Fernando Varela for the last time for his concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. I noticed that you said for the last time, which means that you've had enough of me. Okay. Excellencies, distinguished experts and guests, mesdames et messieurs. Well, first of all, congratulations and thank you. And I'll start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions, of sharing of expertise and insights, and of course of drafting these recommendations, which we've shared with you and we will be finalizing now. In a way, this regional forum has exceeded our expectations. With, I think, the regional forum, which has been the most well-organizing and operating forum that we had until now. We've only had a few connection issues, but generally not many technical difficulties. And I think this can obviously be a challenge. Sometimes in certain regions, in the Africa and Middle East region, but it seems that this forum, regional forum, proceeded surprisingly smoothly. So to all of you for helping make this possible and moving without too many difficulties by respecting the requested measures to keep this functioning efficiently, bravo. What was also striking, however, and which I'd like to share with you, is the very high level of interest and participation. We were hoping that we would have at least 100 or 100 participants, but in the end, there were, I think, more than double that, with more than 300 participants in total though they were not necessarily there at the same time during these 2 days. There were about a dozen state representatives, as well as minority experts, state representatives, as I said, and others. Apparently, this, I think, is the most we've ever had at a regional forum. So congratulations all around in this very high level of interest and organization, also from the various groups which assisted in preparing this event. Now, before I proceed, there is one general observation which I would like to make, and which I think comes out from the discussions and the reactions, as well as the recommendations which we have received. In many countries, inequality is increasing. And while it seems some of it has been exacerbated by the effects of the pandemic, many societies around the world are not becoming more just, equal, or inclusive in recent years. And to be very blunt, and I think it is a recognition that we have to make, and we, in a sense, have heard this in the last 2 days, minorities and indigenous peoples are once again disproportionately those who are being left behind. They are the ones who are the main victims of discrimination, very often. They are the ones who are, whether it's intentional or not, or institutional, they are left behind. And there has perhaps not been sufficient emphasis on respecting the human rights of those most vulnerable, including especially minority women, Yazidis, Palestinian minority in Israel, Bedouin, and many others that we've heard. What I think was striking, and something I certainly retain, was the frustration. The frustration that sometimes it seems, and I would say it is true, that regional and international mechanisms to assure the rights of everyone are respected, including minorities, and even those defending human rights in some parts of the region, well, they don't seem to be implemented equally or to be effective, to be working truly. And especially in terms of the human rights of some of the most vulnerable, these continue to be ignored, disrespected, breached, which means that these people, including the defenders of minorities, are abused, even at times subjected to violence, and even killed with little consequence for the perpetrators and those responsible. And so, despite the noble intentions and goals contained, for example, in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we run the risk of going backwards in addressing the root causes of violent conflicts, since long-standing grievances of communities, mainly of minorities, and as we've heard time and time again, indigenous peoples, they still run the risk of being disproportionately unaddressed, because the human rights dimensions of protecting those most in need of protection, such as minorities, are not working sufficiently, or even not working at all. And this injustice creates conditions for potential conflict. Now, as a number, I would say many of you pointed out in different ways, without justice, there is no peace. The second general observation that I wanted to make from your recommendations is that while many of them were general and did not address necessarily specifically the themes that were raised in the four substantive panels of this regional forum, there was, in my view, a clear message. Minorities still feel largely ignored, unprotected, marginalized, and excluded. And the message also that the United Nations and governments are still not doing enough to recognize their marginalization, their particular vulnerability of these groups, ensuring that everyone's human rights are protected equally, and that specifically that the marginalization and vulnerability of these groups need to be addressed and their human rights more clearly set out and protected. I think the message, in a sense, is of the need to focus on the particular targeted yet vulnerable groups if you want to effectively tackle the most serious situations of exclusion, injustice, and discrimination. It's a bit, I think, to make a certain analogy, it is a difference between All Lives Matters and Black Lives Matters in the United States. Of course, all lives matter, but some lives are more threatened than others, or more vulnerable and subjected to systemic injustice, racism, and discrimination. And unless this unbalance is addressed directly, the necessary measures and focus where they are needed most will not be effectively identified and put into place. I think someone also mentioned that the human rights of minorities must be mainstreamed in the activities of the United Nations and the African Union to help in this evolution. And clearly, right now, it is not. What I also retain from the recommendations is therefore that the United Nations, the African Union, and governments must do more to recognize these vulnerable and marginalized groups, specifically, especially minorities who are often vulnerable to the whims, sometimes prejudices or biases of the majority, or those who are dominant, and offer better recognition, legal protection, and especially the implementation of their human rights, because what we have in place right now is insufficient. And conceptually, there's much that could be said. And I did note that even among some of our panelists, there may not have been always perhaps well understood that we are dealing with the human rights of minorities. And that is the denial of these human rights that are the root causes of group-based grievances that can lead to violent conflicts. And this was referred to, as you may remember at the very beginning, this was referred to rather clearly in the United Nations and World Bank study in 2018. So just to be clear, because there was some ambiguity about this at one point, more recent data and studies confirm that most conflicts today are internal armed conflicts. And in most, not all, but most of these conflicts, one of the parties is a minority or could be described as an indigenous peoples group, which again, as the UN World Bank report indicates, that they have grievances of exclusion, injustice, and discrimination, which are not only perceived, but often directly identifiable or connected to discriminatory practices against individuals who are members of these communities. And that there is a community dimension that should not be neglected here. And once again, which has been referred to on a number of occasions. And this collective dimension is essential to keep in mind if we are truly to be able to prevent violent conflicts. And to put this in a different way, what some of those comments seem to be referring to is that the subjects of the conflicts, not their objects, which can be power, political participation, access to resources, access to the benefits of state control. Those are the objects, and their unequal distribution, which almost always features one of the most basic human rights, and that is the prohibition of discrimination. But this actually seems to be one of the fundamental dimensions of these conflicts, discrimination in relation to objects of differences between minorities and other segments of society. I was also pleasantly surprised in the recent evolution that was mentioned just this month, as a matter of fact, in the working group of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which has included the concept of minorities, even if it hasn't been formalized yet in terms of the content, but it has actually recognized, this working group has included into its reach and recognition the concept of minority And that, I think, will facilitate a much needed dialogue and progress in terms of acknowledging that there are certain groups known as minorities, which objectively can be marginalized and whose human rights tend too often to be neglected. So these are, ladies and gentlemen, some of the central messages which I retain. There are many more, of course. And this is something, by the way, which we have also heard in other parts of the world, and which we'll try to bring together in the final recommendations that we've presented to you for this regional forum, because in the end, it's part of a necessary search for justice and inclusion, if we are to have equality and peace for all, and no one is to be left behind. Let me mention again what I shared with you earlier, that this is just one part of a process with many steps, that the recommendations will be worked on and be used at various stages, including being available for participants at the upcoming UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva in December, and hopefully will be used to inspire and contribute to the eventual drafting of practical guidelines or something similar for the United Nations on the prevention of violent conflicts and the protection of the human rights of minorities. I hope that the next two regional forums we'll be holding this year before December, in Asia Pacific in September and in Europe in October, will allow us to contribute more in what is a central, essential dimension of respecting the human rights of minorities and the reality of most internal armed conflicts around the world, that justice and peace can best be secured and conflicts prevented when the human rights of all of us, but especially of those who tend to be the most marginalized, excluded, and subjected to prejudices and discrimination, are recognized and protected. And as is done also elsewhere around the world, the United Nations and national governments must focus their attention and efforts on those whose human rights are most at risk. And as we have seen yesterday and today, these tend to be, well, obviously minorities and also indigenous peoples. There were, however, suggestions made which clearly had no connection with the theme of the regional forum. While we've heard those, we have taken noted the points or situations that were raised, and I'm extremely grateful for you for sharing this information. I would invite you to think of this event as a beginning, not as an end. Consider, for example, some of the regional entities, African Union, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which were present here, and which may be involved in work which could be the appropriate platform for some of those issues, other issues raised, which did not really deal with the theme of this regional forum. Some of the issues did raise concerns or allegations of violations of human rights of minorities. So as I said this morning, please contact my office at the email address that I did provide in the chat box earlier today, so that we can do a follow-up on the matter that you raised, which involved minority human rights. I will now continue in French. Je passe maintenant à la langue française. Il y a bien sûr des recommandations qui sont propres à chaque région. Et on m'indique que vous avez vu que nous avons un nombre qui semble un nombre de recommandations qui n'ont été émises qu'ici. C'est d'ailleurs l'un des objectifs de ces forums régionaux. Vous avez vos propres contextes. Il y a des défis qui vous sont propres, y compris le legs colonial qui a été mentionné maintes fois. Et la meilleure façon d'identifier et de tenir compte de ce contexte, de mieux le comprendre, c'est d'être sur place avec les gens de la région. Non, même s'il est vrai que 2 jours en virtuel, c'est très peu, mais c'est déjà mieux. Et à partir de 2022, l'an prochain, J'espère que nous pourrons organiser des forums dans votre région en présentiel. Donc, je voulais le mentionner, nous avons, je crois, une série impressionnante de recommandations bien précises qui viennent de l'Afrique et du Moyen-Orient. Les recommandations que vous avez entendues sont des recommandations de vous, finalement. Et donc, je tiens à vous féliciter pour vos contributions et toutes ces recommandations. Et maintenant que je viens de dire le mot magique, félicitations, ceci m'amène à l'étape des remerciements. D'abord, mesdames et messieurs, la tenue de ce premier forum régional pour l'Afrique, et le Moyen-Orient n'a été possible que grâce au dévouement, à l'enthousiasme et même au sacrifice et au manque de sommeil de personnes que je vais maintenant signaler. Permettez-moi d'abord d'exprimer mes remerciements aux interprètes qui ont fait un excellent travail dans des conditions, pas toujours faciles. L'interprétation est une tâche difficile, mais néanmoins essentielle, si l'on veut être le plus accessible possible et ne pas se limiter à une ou deux langues européennes dominantes. Donc, bravo et chapeau pour les interprètes des 4 langues de ce forum régional, l'anglais, l'arabe, le français et le portugais. Par ailleurs, plusieurs entités régionales ont appuyé et contribué à l'organisation de ce forum régional. Je tiens évidemment à remercier en particulier nos hôtes, le gouvernement de la Gambie, ainsi que les partenaires régionaux de ce forum, GAMAC, le Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, HL Senderet Minority Network de la Norvège, Minority Rights Group, le African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, le UNPO, Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, et enfin USEC, le Research Center on Minorities in the Middle East, qui se trouve au Liban. Il ne faut surtout pas oublier l'aide, les suggestions et la présence des Minority Fellows de l'ONU, passés et présents, qui ont beaucoup contribué à ce forum régional et que, j'espère, continueront à le faire pour tous les forums régionaux. Il y a aussi eu l'aide et les conseils indispensables du groupe de consultation pour les forums régionaux associés à mon mandat, pour l'aide et l'aide qu'ils ont préparée, toute l'aide qu'ils ont fournie pour la préparation des 4 forums régionaux à travers le monde. Donc, shukran. Enfin, merci aussi à tous les experts, invités et représentants, les officiels d'une 12aine de gouvernements nationaux qui nous ont permis de mieux comprendre la situation et les besoins dans vos différents contextes et parties de l'Afrique et du Moyen-Orient et qui ont contribué aussi à plusieurs niveaux, autres niveaux. Et je remercie en particulier la présence du Qatar et de la Gambie à la rencontre de haut niveau des États que nous avons eue hier. Grâce à eux et au succès de leur panel, je crois que nous allons dorénavant continuer cette approche dans tous nos forums régionaux. Obrigado. Aux 5 modérateurs des panels de ce forum régional, Madame Hannah Forster, Monsieur Najimoulay Lassen, Madame Tahani Irfan Rui, Monsieur Fateh Ahtsam et Monsieur Frank Okiere, un très gros merci pour avoir guidé avec brio ces délibérations. À tous les panélistes qui ont plu de partager avec nous tout le fruit de leurs expériences, de leur expertise, et qui ont également enrichi le contenu des recommandations, puisqu'ils ont tous été demandés de nous en faire parvenir au moins 3. Encore une fois, merci. Vous avez soulevé des éléments et fait des suggestions qui, ma foi, signalent des aspects auxquels nous n'avions pas nécessairement pensé. Il est d'ailleurs possible que nous fassions appel à vous une nouvelle fois cette année ou peut-être l'an prochain, puisque, comme je l'ai expliqué plus tôt, nous ne venons que d'entamer un long processus qui, j'espère, en plus d'être présenté au Forum de l'ONU sur les minorités à Genève, pourront aussi alimenter notre réflexion et nos efforts en vue de la rédaction de lignes directrices ou de guides pratiques pour la prévention des conflits et la meilleure protection des droits humains des minorités. Enfin, l'an prochain, en 2022, ce sera le 30e anniversaire de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des minorités nationales ou ethniques, religieuses et linguistiques. Et je vous invite déjà à participer à ce débat plus en profondeur l'an prochain sur l'avenir et la direction de la protection des minorités dans le Forum pour l'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient qui aura lieu sûrement en présentiel et où nous pourrons nous rencontrer, échanger et évidemment apprendre. Aux membres de mon équipe au Haut Commissariat des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies, aux deux Marina et Hee Kyung, ainsi que l'aviseur spécial à mon mandat Murtaza, et aux membres de l'équipe de l'Institut Tom Lantos, en particulier Evelyne, Marcus, Nikki, Sean et Daniel, pour leur appui indéfectible depuis 2019, sans quoi il n'y aurait jamais eu de forums régionaux. Merci encore une fois. Finalement, je me dois pour des raisons, et c'est produit plutôt pour des raisons personnelles. La directrice de l'Institut Tom Lantos, Anna Maria Biro, n'a pas pu être avec nous à ce forum. Mais c'est réellement grâce à son leadership et sa vision que l'on doit l'organisation et le succès de tous les forums régionaux depuis la toute première en 2019. Je ne peux te dire, Anna Maria, que merci du fond du cœur, et que j'espère que les prochains jours et semaines iront mieux et que nous pourrons nous revoir bientôt en personne. Un gros merci à vous tous. Nous avons réussi au-delà de nos attentes. Bravo. Reposez-vous bien pour être prêts pour le prochain forum régional pour l'Asie et le Pacifique dans quelques semaines quand même. Finalement, c'est la toute fin. Il me faut remercier vous tous. Merci à vous. Vous, les participants, les experts et autres invités qui sont au cœur même de ce forum régional avec qui j'espère que nous pourrons continuer à travailler ensemble dans le but commun de mieux comprendre, respecter et mettre en œuvre les droits humains des minorités, y compris, surtout évidemment, afin de prévenir les conflits violents en s'assurant que les minorités ne sont pas laissées pour compte, no one left behind, grâce au respect de leurs droits humains. Et sur ce, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, let me say shukran, thank you, obrigado et merci. Until we meet again, à la prochaine. Please stay safe and healthy, and I look forward to seeing you again. Goodbye. I now declare the Regional Forum for Africa and the Middle East closed. Au revoir tout le monde.